All rise for demon mana.
My lovely, lovely imps! How are you doing today? Why are my glasses being so troublesome? How dare they vex me? Jessica Metal, Aska, Ra7, Sentient Rat, Nasty Redacted, Asphodel, Somniostatic, Gayfesh, JS Masochist, Lavender, Margot, the Mar Gnome. By the way, thank you very much for the incredibly generous subscription renewal. Thank you so much. Evie, the purple, the one and only. Nerodia, Bunny Goddess, Cookie, Tarky, Dragonborn 94, Haunted Furby, Scrambly, Uncle Gumbald, Cookie, and from the YouTube chat, Gransom, Jack Jackson, another board person, Indigo Sholo or Yolo, Fabian Couture or Cholo, I don't know. Rhodes, Link Player, Dizzy Eyes, Laureate, Tiny Purple Fishes, Fabian Couture, Tiki Dragon 1, Marker 84, Mithril, Grady HD, Al the Healer, Ryan Phoenix, Leth, Sonia, Double Chinsey, Chopped Liver, Little Morphine Annie, TSW, The Shadow Wolf, Oricao, Emerald Queen, Sentient Rat, Small Moth, Vor Buddy, Kiwi Teepee. Welcome everyone, MKJ Moon. Sonia, the Forest Guardian. I am Damo Suzuki. Anarchist Antichrist. A name I cannot read because I can't read Cyrillic. I'm sorry about that. Ultimate Stapler. Brutus Magnuson. Brittles. Gothic Rainbow. Planetary Halo. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for being here today. My goodness, why is my... It is so humid right now. It's actually unbelievable how humid it is right now. And it's making my hair feel crazy at the moment. It's making my hair feel totally crazy. It's actually like, when I was about to get on stream, it looked like it was about to downpour outside. And so it's making my hair so very difficult. Hopefully it will play nice for the rest of the stream and won't keep sticking to my face and being yucky. I want it to be nice. It deserves to be nice. Look at me. I've got my beautiful purple nails, my beautiful purple dress. I've devoted myself to the way of Saint Trina. Or rather, I have chosen to be the avatar of Saint Trina in the world. If you understand, if you know, you know. If you don't, well, you will in time. Mwah, mwah. Why is she a Wurple? You'll understand in time. You'll understand. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Ah, St. Trina is great. The greatest. I like the purple pine cones. They're actually clusters of flowers. And if you look very closely, you can actually see a bat. There are these purple bats hanging out among the flowers. They do kind of look like pine cones from afar. Let me see if I can get a good... There's the bat. See the bat? Very adorable. Oh my goodness. Apparently we're supposed to be getting a like a heat dome up this way, and I am not looking forward to that. It has already been a very hot pre-summer so far, so I'm a little bit like, oof. Are there any lilies? Yes, there are, right here. These are the little lilies. We had that here last week. It was awful. I believe you. I bet it was awful. By the way, I want to show you something real quick. Today is going to be a chaotic stream. Let me tell you that. Oh, I forgot to say, if you are here, we have 157 people here early, which is beautiful. Wonderful, in fact. If you are here, please make sure that you press like on the stream. Press that like button. We need all the likes we can get. The likes make the channel grow and bloom beautifully, which you want to see, because of course you do. And also, of course, I have been absent for a short amount of time. You've been without your divine presence on the YouTube. What a terror, what a horror. But I was not gone forever. I simply had to go visit other lands for some time. Believe it or not, I did not spend all my time in the lands between, or in the Shadow Realm for that matter, although I did spend a considerable amount of time there. I actually did a lot of really fun and interesting things over the last week, in addition to a bunch of other random life stuff. But I did spend like the greater amount of the last like 3 days, actually pretty much all of my free time in the last 3 days or so has been devoted to completing, weirdly enough, completing the latter bit of the DLC of Elden Ring, which we are going to discuss at great length in multiple ways later on in this stream. This is going to be a hybrid stream because I, in all of my incredible wisdom, accidentally mixed up the date for the debate and didn't realize that the debate was going to be tonight. The debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, two nightmarish, godlike, pathetic figures in the real world. And I was like, oh my God, I planned on just basically hyper info dumping on all of you for like 6 hours about Elden Ring, and then I realized, oh my God, I actually really wanted to talk about the debate, so we're getting both tonight. And here's the thing, if you're here for the debate, I urge you, please stay for the Elden Ring stuff afterwards, because it is going to be truly ascendant. I have so much to say. We're going to be talking about the deranged controversy. We're going to be talking about all the memes. I'm going to be doing my actual review of the DLC. And then we're going to get into some crazy lore stuff, because this time I have been a from the get-go lore hound. Every item that I picked up, I was reading the lore of to an almost unhealthy degree, but not almost. I can't have spoilers yet. I'm almost finished with it. Most of the section of what I'm talking about is going to be spoiler-free or very, very light on spoilers. There will be a section, and I will warn people in advance that when I'm going to talk about spoilers, but I am going to avoid spoilers for a large portion of what I'm talking about, and I'm going to only be talking about things in the abstract, because I know that a lot of people are waiting and do not want to see spoilers, and I am going to respect that to the best of my ability. Gabsty1989 says, hey, a random question regarding gift memberships to the channel. Did you put the gift default to Chunky Imp by default? I don't think so. I didn't even know there was a way to put a default. I can look into that, but to my knowledge, no. I didn't even know that you could do that. Maybe it was like a oversight or something, but I never knew you could set a default gifted type. Without explicit spoilers, I will say I was right about Michaela and Moog. Maybe. We're gonna talk about that. We'll get there. I will say that the Moog enjoyers have been somewhat, they've gotten a point. I'll say that much. That's all I'm gonna say. The Moog enjoyers have gotten a little bit of vindication, but yeah. Well, okay, absolutely, Gabsty. Hold on, let me figure that out. That's an enticing thing. Let me go figure out if I can do that. Hold on, everybody. I'm being offered an offer I can't refuse. So just give me a second, and I'll see if I can figure that out. And I'll definitely do that. That sounds incredible, Gabsty. I'd love to support that, and I appreciate your support. Give me just a minute. I don't actually know. Let's see here. Boop, boop, boop. That's not what I want. Hold on. Let's see here. Here we go. the hell? Sorry, everybody. I've been offered something great that I don't want to refuse, so you're just going to have to bear with me while I try to figure this out in YouTube. Defaults? Maybe it's in here? Nope, that's not in here. Hold on, let me check. What the hell? I don't know how to... There's nothing helpful even coming up. How am I supposed to do this? God damn it. Don't make it difficult for me. I want to make money. Okay, There shouldn't be a default one. You should be able to select it. Let me see here. How do you do that? I'm negotiating with my CIA handler? I wish. I mean, wait a minute. I don't see any option for me to set a default anywhere. So I don't know how to change that. I'm really sorry. And I feel bad for myself because I feel like I'm only hurting myself, but I literally don't know. I'm looking in here and I'm trying to figure out what the default is, and I just don't see anything. I don't see any option for me to set a default. Maybe there's like an option on, maybe there's an option on your end to change it, but I don't see it at all. I see nothing, in fact. I'm so sorry. And by that I mean I'm so sorry to myself because I'm screwing myself right here. But I don't see it. I see nothing. I'm so sorry. All right, that's enough. I stun locked for long enough trying to figure out how to make a little bit of cash, but too bad. Seriously Joking says, congrats on beating the DLC. Thank you. I had an absolutely brilliant and wonderful time. And I'm going to talk about that. One of the things we're going to talk about later is, the difficulty conversation. The controversy and the conversation around difficulty. And I'm going to talk about what makes Elden Ring beautiful and how to have the most fun playing it. And some people might be surprised with what I have to say, especially given that I am like such a veteran Souls player. But I'm going to tell a story about my defeating of the final boss, and I think it'll make everything apparent. Yeah. Kirim says, have you ever eaten a shabriri grape? It's actually funny, but my character that I beat the DLC with was a Frenzy Flame character. Really, she was more than that. And I'll talk about her. I have developed an incredible fondness with this character. But yeah. Fabian Couture asked, hey Demon Mama, have you by chance tried out Pseudo Regalia? It's such a fantastic game. I haven't played it myself yet, but I do have my eyes on it. I've heard really, really, really good things about it. Anarchist Antichrist with the $5 says, please be careful streaming the presidential debate. I've heard that CNN might be nuking restreams of it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that warning. Here's what we're going to do, okay? Oh, we gotta, let me try and organize my brain here real quick. It's still the warm-up, so everything's still kind of like, wah. But here's the deal. We are going to try streaming it with commentary. And if it seems like we're going to get nuked, or if we hear that other channels, if we hear more news that other channels are getting hit for it, we are going to do a watch-along, which is basically I'm going to have it open and it's going to be piped into my ears, but you all are not going to hear that, and you're just going to have to watch it on your own. Now, it's pretty easy to watch. You can watch it on CNN's website if you have cable, or you can watch it on HBO Max. But one way or another, we are going to watch it and I'll commentate on it because I already have HBO Max set up. I already have everything set up, but yeah. Yes, we will do that. Grime Dango, hey, great to see you, Grime Dango. Grime Dango says, I will not be watching this debate shit. Lamau, best of luck for y'all's mental. Oh, we're just gonna be taking it with the approach of ultimate cosmic absurdism. I wanted to watch this. I didn't want to watch it today, but it's happening while I'm streaming, so I figured it only makes sense to do that. But yeah, let me give the stream link. Let's get that set up. But yeah, shame you won't be watching with us, but I assure you we'll have as much fun with it as possible. Yeah, as much as possible, I should say. Yeah. Pausing and not stun locking should make it okay. It's supposed to be viewable by all Americans, but CNN and HBO are premium channels. I wonder if it's on the radio. I don't know exactly how it's going. Worst case scenario, we kludge it together and we make it work. I imagine that it's going to be restreamed by lots of other channels, but let me get you all the link. Oh, did I close it? Am I stupid? Hold on a second. No, I didn't. It's right here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get a link to the actual debate right now. Okay, they don't. Here. Wait, this is so silly. Let's get the link. Let me get this real quick. This is the one right here. Okay. So this is the link for HBO Max. Let me get the CNN one. I can't believe I'm doing so much work in my warm-up. I'm supposed to be warming up, not doing all this crap. Let's see if they got it on their YouTube. I do think they have it on their YouTube, but I don't know where the link is because it's always impossible. Okay, like straight up, just for a second, look at this. I search CNN debate live and you just get every other channel possible and then you get 1,000 clips of like people talking about how the debate is gonna happen. This does say first presidential debate between Trump and Biden, CNN and 18 more updated 7 minutes ago. I've never even seen that before. So this is the same thing being uploaded by a million. Oh, hey, whoa. Watch live. Here we go. Here's one for ABC. Here's one for CBS. Here's one for the AP.
First presidential race.
Here we go. This is their watch party. Here we go. AP News. I'm gonna get some links going here. Jesus Christ. I don't even see, that's the countdown. CNN doesn't even have the top listing for the actual debate. They must want you to watch it elsewhere. I can get the one from CNN. Oh my God. You actually have to, it's so stupid. When you search it on Google, it links to an article that links to the debate. That is so pathetic. Can we talk about, real quick, can we talk about how fucking toasted the internet is? Oh my God, I clicked the link that says watch the debate and it doesn't link to the debate. It links to another article that talks about watching the debate. Oh my God. Here we go. This is it. Where's the button? Here we go. This is it right here. I am a god. You go to their homepage and in a tiny link down on the bottom, there's the actual thing. No! All right, here we go. There it is. There's the links. Okay. Somebody can take that one right there and turn that in. Gayfesh, can you turn that into a command, actually? What a mess. What a goddamn mess. Dark Morgwin, thank you so very much. Thank you so much. There we go. So it looks like AP is going to be also watching it. I don't know. We'll have to see. Another bored person with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I'm sitting in the atrium of a strip mall, movie theater turned into a church linked between a game bar and a burger joint with gender-neutral bathrooms. I don't know whether to say that the gender-neutral bathrooms is kind of based, but everything else kind of seems deranged and off the chain. XY Patient, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so very much. I have no idea, Gabsty. That's a really good question. I don't know either. When I tried to search it, I couldn't find it either. I genuinely don't know what causes that. I wish that I knew, but I actually don't. I tried to find it in the back end, but I couldn't find it, Gabsty. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why it would even have. I don't even know why it would have such a restriction. You found it? You found the debate in upcoming streams from CNN? Oh, here we go. Wow, excellent. Oh, this is gonna yell at me when I. Okay, well, here we go. I have the one already playing for the fucking HBO Max one. So maybe we'll try watching that and then we'll go from there. It is kind of crazy that there's no live audience, right? Like, I guess, I don't know, we're at the point in history where, like, everything about American democracy is so manufactured and stupid that, like, they're not even doing debate. First of all, okay, somebody asked why this isn't on C-SPAN, and the answer is because this debate has not been put together by the federal election body. I think it's called the Federal Elections Commission or whatever group. It might not be the commission, but whatever group. There's a federal group that normally organizes the debates, but this one is just set up by CNN. And as a result, this is not like, it's not even like public property debate, which is kind of crazy that you would have a debate that is absolutely going to presumably be the most, one of the most important, political events of the year, according to the American electoral mythos, but that also is not available to everyone, that you have to pay for either cable to a cable company or pay to a streaming service money specifically to watch this thing. Kind of crazy. And then also that it's like a manufactured debate where there's no live audience, so you can't even gauge like what an audience would think. And even before that, audiences were so hand-picked and hand-tailored that the audience reactions were just a further part of manufacturing consent. It's actually crazy where we're at right now. Danny Fallen says, I mean, no live audience makes sense. They're being COVID conscious. We're living in the highest level of COVID infection since like 2021. Oh, I don't believe that. I mean, maybe that's some level that they're on, but like major news media is not covering COVID anymore. They don't even care. It's like a blackout on COVID, regardless of that fact. Actually wild. Anyway, I'm raging about the fact that it's extremely that American politics has gotten extremely weird and extremely manufactured. MKJ Moon, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Kitty Tick with the tier 2 sub. My goodness. Thank you so much. C-SPAN says they will be simulcasting the debate. Okay, so maybe we can watch on C-SPAN and we won't get hit. MKJ Moon, with the tier 1 sub. Wow, oh my God, 1, 2, 3, 4 gifted subs. Thank you so much, MKJ Moon. And Kitty Tick, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. My goodness. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, I really appreciate that. It's been a bit of a tight month financially. Partially my own fault for taking time away from stream, but I also needed breathing room for mental creativity. Okay, let's see about C-SPAN. Maybe C-SPAN would be the best one. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, here we go. Wait, so, oh, okay, wait a second. So this is literally only on their TV thing. So that's, they're simulcasting it, but they're only simulcasting it on TV. They don't have a stream going for it, which probably means that the stream is going to be heavily policed. But regardless, if we start to get hit by it, again, I'm gonna go through our process for what we're gonna do in approximately 30 minutes. We're gonna try watching it. If it looks like it's gonna get us taken down, if we see that other streams are getting taken down, then we will rotate to me commentating and the rest of us watching together. Yeah. The problem with a watch along is the delays will be all over the place. That's true, but this is what we have to deal with. Oh, they are doing it. All right, we'll check this out. Here, let's take a look real quick.
Being held before these two candidates have been officially nominated.
Let's give it a
by
try.
Their parties. They are the presumptive nominees tonight. Ivy in Washington, supporting the former president. It's your turn.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Well, I think that having served in immigration, amnesty, refugee settlement, and migration for 20 years, I think that my primary issue is immigration. I think there should be an elimination of birthright citizenship. I think that non-citizens should not be rewarded with entitlements that are bestowed and should be limited to current citizens. I also believe that in most cases, we need to address the U.S. agriculture, specifically black farmers who have been awarded money in settlements from the USDA with direct racism, but have not paid out those awards as of yet.
All right, Ivy, a little bit difficult to understand you because of an echo there, but I think we heard the gist of it on immigration. Kevin in Fort Wayne, Indiana, undecided.
Not getting hit so far.
So what are you waiting for to decide?
Greta, I'm waiting to see if I can stop being, as I describe it, well, I'll explain it in these terms. Shown a total lack of respect for our institutions of government that extends across the spectrum from the Justice Department through the legislative branch to obviously the executive branch.
Okay, so a lack of respect. Can you tell us what you want from President Biden?
I'd like President Biden to point that out significantly to the American people as a matter of explaining to the American people, as he's attempted recently, why Mr. Trump is terribly unfit to ever be president again of the United States.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to go inside the spin room. California Governor Gavin Newsom is talking to the media, supporter of President Biden.
He was talking about sinking electric boats. The teleprompter went out and he panicked. there's some legitimate questions there as well.
How have you counseled the president as he prepared for this debate?
How do you counsel someone who has more debate experience than any modern American president? He's been at this more than anybody. In fact, what I wanted to do when I saw him is, can you counsel me on how to relax tonight? Because as someone that's not up there, I probably have more anxiety than he does. He delivers each and every time. He meets these moments. You've seen it. I haven't seen an exception. Look back. He meets these moments. He delivers. I have all the honestly, all the confidence in the world. He'll do that again tonight.
Gavin Newsom.
The only thing that's interesting.
Gavin Newsom wants to be the next fucking Democratic head man so badly. It shows so hard, and he probably will be.
So it's just interesting, right? All of us are interested in it. What does that mean? I mean, here's a guy who talks over, tries to bully everybody. It's all about intimidation. It's all about, trying to get someone off their script of sorts or of their game. It plays very differently. If he's sitting there mouthing off and you have a split screen and people are like, why is he talking and I can't hear him? And he looks a little more unhinged because he is reasonably already unhinged. But that may temper his temperament tonight, having the mic not being on, and that may be an advantage. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Governor.
Thanks, guys.
This is Molly.
Governor Gavin Newsom there talking to the media, previewing tonight's debate, talking about the candidates when they square off, what it will be like. You could go back.
Astri says Vosh isn't playing it because of copyright. Be careful. Okay, we're gonna do a watch along then.
Idea of what tonight will be like. Different.
We're gonna watch along for consistency's sake. We're gonna watch along with this link. So here, if we can modify that real quick, we're gonna watch on this one. I'm not gonna watch it on the other ones. We'll all be watching together on the C-SPAN one because that seems like the most fair that everybody will be able to access.
Discussed back in.
Okay. There we go, everybody. Here we go. And I'm going to shut off our audio, except for to me. I'll be able to hear it. You all won't be able to hear it through the stream. You'll have to watch it over there, and then there we go. On mobile, so I don't think I can play two videos at the same time. I don't know how you do that on mobile. God damn it. What a mess. Maybe I should I be the front runner? Should I be the brave one? Should I be the brave one who tries and gets copyrighted? No, I don't need to do that because I'm already at a big enough disadvantage. I'm not going to be the brave one. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm going to be I don't want to be a sacrificial lamb. The boomer with the tech issue moments. I'm not having a tech issue moment. Is there a warning or just straight up copyright? Depends, honestly. I won't sacrifice myself. I was just joking. I'm smarter than that. IDK, how to do that on mobile? Okay, wait, Marissa, real quick. Marissa, please explain to the class how you watch two videos on mobile. We are all waiting. All right, don't repeat it anymore. I got the link. I know how to use YouTube on phone, but how do you watch two? I don't think you can even do it with the other one. Marissa says, so triggered. That's not an answer, Marissa. Please explain for the class. We're waiting.
Bazinga.
Brave browser and YouTube app together. Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, well done, Marissa. You can be spared this time. What's the Brave browser? Is that like spyware though? The Brave browser puts you first. Uh-oh. It's legit? Alright, that's good to hear. It's not spyware, but it is funded by Peter Thiel. Well, everything's funded by them. Didn't the founder of Brave donate to anti-LGBT orgs? Probably. Probably. But I don't know. I don't know for sure, but probably. It's a good guess. It's a good guess that basically every tech idiot is going to be some kind of weird freak. Can you pin the link in YouTube chat? Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure that I got it here. Here we go. I think I can pin it. Pin message, there we go. Oops, I should have, no, hold on, wait. We're gonna undo that. Give me a second here. Unpin message. There we go. Now we're gonna pin this one. What a mess of a beginning of stream. Okay. Fortnite says Brave also has numerous scandals around privacy where people have paid to get exempted from their ad blocker. They have built-in crypto stuff that they keep trying to push. Okay, so maybe it is a little closer to spyware. Whatever. I don't know. That was a look. Marissa gave a solid answer, so fair enough. This time, but you're on watch. Kiwi Teepee says, any predictions for the debate? I think we're going to see a more disciplined... Do you think we're going to see a more disciplined Trump? I personally doubt it. I extremely doubt it. My prediction that is going to be low energy grandpa slap fights, that they're both basically going to like recite their NPC lines. I don't think it's going to be even a drop as spicy as the Trump versus Hillary debate. The Trump versus Hillary debate was actually fairly entertaining at certain points. It's where we got things like wrong, stuff like that. So yeah, my guess is that it's going to be a little bit of a boring watch overall, and that I'm going to spice it up by being funny the entire time. I saw an interesting thing on David Pakman suggesting that Trump has ADHD and he will be medicated for it tonight. I think it stretches belief to think that any president is not medicated when they go up onto stage for a debate of this type. It would be genuinely shocking to me if any of them could pass a drug test. But that's just how it is. Midas Touch is streaming it, and Ben is very safe, so they may have waived copyright. What if Trump just doesn't show up? Actually, that would probably be one of the funniest things he could ever do, and it might actually win him respect. Like, it would basically be just like, I don't respect you enough. It also doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, to be honest, that would be the most consistent thing he could do, right? Because Donald Trump is all about that, like, the election, it was fucking stealing Joe, Joe Biden, robbing Joe. He's all about that kind of thing. So why the hell is he showing up to a presidential debate if he thinks he's still the rightful president, right? It never made sense to me. Like, why does he even play along? Shouldn't he basically be like, I refuse to dignify this because I'm still president? Gabsty, hold on. I'm going to fix this for you. I'm actually just going to temporarily... We're doing a sale, everybody. It's time. Hold on. I'm doing a sale. We're doing a sale on memberships for the channel. No! Oops, I messed up. Hold on a second. I'm doing a sale for Gabsty's purpose. Give me a minute. Quickly, we're doing a sale. I'm making a sale. Tonight, you can become a chonky imp for cheaper than ever before. Okay? Or maybe not. Okay, or maybe not. Maybe it won't let me. That's kind of crazy. No! Wait, I might not actually be able to do that. It might not let me do it! Holy shit! What the? Okay, try it now. Oh, I have to add this. Hold on a second. Let's try this and see if it works. No, stop it. Okay, I actually can't do this. I thought I would be able to, but it actually doesn't let me change anything. I can't even change my prices. It's actually so ridiculous. Sorry. I've completely screwed myself. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Wait, what the hell is going on in YouTube chat? Most of this chat wouldn't vote for Trump or Hillary, even though Hillary was the lesser of two evils. I can already tell this chat is full of anarcho-communists. What fucking beast! Fucking beast! Considering Demon Mama's anti-Biden take, I think not. True! Fuck Biden! That doesn't mean that you don't want to vote for him for the better option. In fact, I've literally said that to like an exhausting level. Yo! Gabsty! Holy moly, Gabsty! Thank you so much! Holy shit, Gabsty! I'm so sorry about that, but thank you so much! My God! Now look at that. That's the type of energy we want going into this. That's fucking incredible. Maybe just ban Marissa and they're very annoying. They're very annoying and crave attention? No. No. I'd prefer we keep this specimen around for a while. I just find what they're saying funny and completely without basis in reality. One thing that you get used to, on the internet is that no matter what you say, by being a person on the internet at all, you become like a canvas for people to basically project whatever they want onto you. They basically choose you for sometimes difficult and inscrutable reasons, but usually because they have some kind of deep level of attraction or fixation to your particular vibe. So sometimes it metastasizes into like raw hatred, but usually they're enchanted by something about you. You know, people are like, what the fuck? This demon, I find this demon compelling. Some spirit moves within me. And then because they're like socially kind of maladapted and unhappy, they just kind of decide out of their own, like the part of your brain that can construct fictional worlds, they just sort of decide to write that on top of you. And, you know, it's just how it goes. Can you put the subtitles of the debate stream on screen? Would you get copyrighted if you crop out everything in the video except for the subtitles? That might be something I could do, but I don't know how. I'm here, but do I have to watch the debate separately to the stream? Yes, it seems like it, unfortunately. Seems like it. Gabsty, thank you so much. I'm sorry that was such a hassle. I really did try to fix it, but thank you so much for being willing to give anyway. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. The only way to watch the debate. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about! Here we go. Now this is what we call power streaming. Woohoo! Yeah! We're going, this is how you make your own maximalism stream. Based. No Subway Surfers? You have that on the other monitor, of course. Oh man, look what they're talking about right now. Oh, look what they're talking about. They're talking about the
successful president, Grover Cleveland, right?
Yep. Oh, they're comparing him to Grover Cleveland.
Won first term in 1884, defeated in 1888 by Benjamin Harrison, ran again and won in 1892.
This is such a bad sign.
If you want to be successful at this, what do you have to do? I mean, what, does the former president approach this differently because he's attempting a non-consecutive bid for the White House?
I think that
maybe you should make this a maximalism stream. Wait a minute. Maybe if I make it a maximalism stream, it won't be caught. Holy shit, you might be right. You might actually be correct. Oh my God, how do we do this? Okay. We only have 10 minutes. But the audio. I'll have to make sure that I'm blabbering constantly. Run it through your filter? Oh God, that's hard though. Just put looping audio of Biden going, I got lotion on my dick right now, I'm stroking my dick over everything. Is that a risk we want to take though? Or keep pausing it? I could keep pausing it. That could be powerful, and that would mean that we don't have to do any of this nonsense. The audio is much harder to catch than the video, to be honest. Is that true? Oh yeah, because if I'm pausing. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is it. We're gonna do this. Hold on. But I need to do some work. I need you all to bear with me, okay? I need you all to bear with me as I work on this. It's time. We're gonna do this. Hold on, we're doing this. But we need to do some magic work here. Hold on. Yes. Yes. Yes! But we need, okay, so we got that. Hold on, maybe it would be best. Okay. This is gonna be actually better with chat up there, and then we can create a folder. Hold on, give me time. I'm working my magic, everybody. We're gonna make this happen. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, this has to be, the layer of the GIFs has to be underneath the overlay, underneath the chat, and underneath the cam and frame, but over everything else, okay? Here we go. So here's what we're gonna do. How are we gonna get enough? We have 7 minutes. We only have 6 minutes. Okay, here we go. Okay, here's the deal. This is going to be a unique stream, okay? We're not doing the usual maximalism where people donate, okay? Instead, I'm just going to pick some of my favorite GIFs of all time real quick, okay? And I know how I can do this. Give me a second, everybody. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm doing this. Hold on. I have GIFs from the past, okay? And I'm going to put some of them in, and we're going to get this thing going. Everybody, wait, I will accept certain GIFs no matter what. Wait, that one's, these have to be in the GIF folder. There we go. This is gonna work. Hold on. I'm picking some good ones from the past streams. We have enough time for me to do this. Let me see here. I have the archive of all of ours. Oh my god, why are there so many Eevee variants? People really like Eevee on my stream, I guess. They really like the cute Eevees. Everybody bear with me. Bear with me. We're going to make this magic, okay? We're making magic happen. I need some, quickly, I need some Elden Ring gifts. Everybody, somebody in chat, Elden Ring gifts. I don't have any because the last Maximalism we did was like not at that point in time. No, I don't like this one. Get rid of this one. I don't like that one. Here's this fella. Drop that one in here. We're making this happen. We're making magic happen. This is the most chaotic stream we've ever done. Okay? Oh, I love this one. Did you know that this is, on my streaming computer, this is still my backdrop? Like, what the hell? Undo that. This little blockchain certified image is still my backdrop on my streaming computer. That's how powerful of a gift this is. One of my favorites of all time. All right, anybody gave me some good ones? Yeah, here we go. We're getting some. Fire giant twerking. Yeah, that's right. Let's get these. Hold on, how am I gonna get these in here? The fire giant twerk, yes! Yes, so powerful! We're almost out of time though. I gotta go faster. Give me a second. I'm doing it. I'm working. We're making it happen. We're gonna be fine, everybody. I'm definitely not gonna get my stream taken down for a really stupid reason, but it's gonna be a legendary moment. Here we go. It's gonna work. Oh, we're gonna get it. Yes. Yes, the twerking fire giant. Yes, yes. Yes. Oh. I need a gif of what's his face from Mikolash. I need a Mikolash gif. Hold on, I bet I can get that. Let's see, I bet I can get it. Yeah! Yeah! We got it! No, that's not the right one. That's not. No, no, we don't got it. It's so over. Where's the GIF? Give me the GIF. Why you do this to me? Google. By the way, I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to make this happen. Yes, yes. Never mind. We're so back. We're so back, everybody. We're so back. We have time. We're like 1 minute away, but we are so back. Okay, let me check chat real quick. Ooh, we got a Godfrey one. Ooh, okay, that's, ooh, this one's beautiful. This one that somebody sent from the art station. Wow, was that you, Danny? Oh my God, that's beautiful. That one's going up for sure. Yeah, fucking, woo! That's beautiful. This one's gonna be, look at this. This has gotta be primary screen real estate here, okay? All right, how do we do this? Let's put this one here. All right, both of these gotta go in the GIF folder. Wow, we're really flying tonight. We're doing something magical tonight. All right, let's open that up and let's organize these just a tiny bit. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Okay. I think this is good enough for now. I feel like we need a few more. We're not quite there. Ooh, we got this one. The slime. The slime, yes. The slime, yes. We must put the slime. This is going to I'm finally doing it. I'm making content slop. Ooh, we got this one, the Berserk one. Oh, hell yes. I forgot some of my favorites of all time. Look at that, yes. This is going to be an all-star stream. Incredible, beautiful. We love it. All right, let's see. Okay, out. Let's see. Here we go. Retcon, you can get one. Here's one of Solaire. Yes. Yes. The monster one. You know what? This one works. I'm gonna let us take this one. I'm gonna do the Phelan one. We're doing it. I can't believe it. It's the horniest thing I've ever seen. Not really, but not even close. But still, we're gonna do it. I'm doing it. The Linkara one. Linkara is most certainly going. This is they're still doing old debate footage. We're still good. We're clear. What the hell? Linkara is definitely going in here, okay? No doubt. Oh my God, we're getting it. It's happening. We're doing it, everybody. Hold on. Bear with me just a little longer, and then we're gonna get to the stuff that you all really want. Oh my God, we're gonna do it. Oh, they're starting here. Bloop. Okay, here, let's make them happen. Linkara will be over here, perfect. Then we're gonna have him over here by my head. And then we're gonna have the Phelan one down here. Okay, and now we gotta put all these in their place so that they're correctly organized in the GIF folder. Why is the snake so big? We gotta make the snake a little smaller. Huh. There we go. Let's make that snake just a tiny bit. He's a little too big. They're still waiting. It looks like they're running late. You got a GIF? All right, let's try it. Look at how generous I'm being. If this is not a testament to how generous I am, I'm giving away free gifts. Not completely though. I'm kind of like being picky and choosy. I got one. Hold on. I got an idea. Oh, here we go. All right, everybody, it's time.
All of you, again, after tonight.
It's beginning. All right, everybody, we're out.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
All right, everybody.
Please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%.
Oh, we're getting off to a hot start, I can see.
They are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president.
Oh, no.
Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic, we're dying.
What the fuck?
All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing
Get him a
jobs.
Sudafed, quick.
There's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with.
Oh no, man. Oh God. This is the worst he's sounded in a long time. Oh my God. Wake him up. Somebody get Freddy Fazbear. Get Freddy Fazbear in here to give him a little bit of a heart rate boost. Jesus Christ.
Corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where...
Now, to be fair, Donald Trump also looks like he's about to fall asleep, so, you know.
I take a look at all that was done in his administration. He didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Okay, any Berserk readers out there? Any fucking Berserk readers out there? This guy reminds me of the Pope in Berserk. Before the Pope meets Griffith, when the Pope is like, my life. Straight up, hold on, do I got the Pope? Do we got the Pope? Oh man, let me see the Pope. It's straight up. Oh no, it's so real. Where's the one? Oh, this is the one where it says, God bless you all. Oh my God, we got it. It's him. Holy shit, it's so him. Look. God blesses you all. Oh, God blesses you all.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Okay, so obviously that was a very silly nonsense from Donald Trump, being like, oh, in one sentence he said, oh, during COVID, we bounced back. You know, we got hit by COVID, but we made the stock market even higher. But Joe Biden, he only got bounce-back jobs. I mean, but of course, most of Trump's appeal is not going to be in the truthfulness or sensibility of his statements. It's going to be that he sounds slightly more energetic than Joe Biden here and also on message. He's not looking too hot, but he's speaking more slowly than Joe was. Joe felt like he was out of breath and about to pass out, but let's keep going.
Thank you, President Biden.
Let's keep going.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. Okay. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said
you did that.
He inherited
you just
9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation,
he did
and
that.
It stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under
the most embarrassing in the history of America.
For both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was...
I don't really know if that's going to land for anyone. Like, people are really pissed off about the economy right now, for sure, under Biden. Like, they're definitely very mad about it. But also, everybody, I think people still remember how bad finances were during the, pandemic. I don't think anybody's going to buy Donald Trump, yapping about how good the economy was. It wasn't. What people remember, and if you talk to them about it, what people remember was their jobs getting worse, every local business that they like being closed, some of them leaving forever, and permanently since that moment, the world around them looking worse than it did before. And I don't know, I'm sure that they also would blame Biden for not doing as good of a job as he needed to, but I don't know if this is the point for Donald Trump that he thinks it is.
Cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him some...
Oh, he's bungling his own line here. This is something that we've noticed with Donald Trump before. With Donald Trump, we've noticed that he has to avoid, for a while he would boast about developing the vaccine. And then his fan base started getting so mad about him mentioning the vaccine that now he doesn't refer to it as the vaccine anymore. So he can't even say that, and it weakens his claim. I don't know if Joe Biden's going to be able to capitalize on this, but this sounds really weak from Trump because he's just kind of vaguely posturing that, we set Joe Biden up, but Donald Trump didn't. Donald Trump completely bungled the beginning of COVID. Instead of containing COVID, his inaction, his deliberate misinformation resulted in millions of people dying. Millions of people the blood is on Trump's hands for that. Donald Trump completely blew COVID. He completely failed on the response. And now a lot of people don't know what to make about all that, but people don't remember Donald Trump's response to COVID being good. And in fact, I don't know. It's just you know, he didn't do a good start. So yeah.
Something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine.
This is him trying to save face right here, by the way. This is him being, oh, you know, I invented, he's trying to say, I invented the vaccine, but I didn't mandate it, even though mandating the vaccine was an unequivocally good move.
He did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a...
And all of that is on Donald Trump. The loss of respect, first of all, listen, America has a very spotty reputation worldwide, okay? But Donald Trump made absolute butcher work of the diplomatic relationships between America and other countries. The entire time he was in office, he was a total wild animal, just tearing up seemingly random. Do you guys remember when Donald Trump just completely obliterated the Iran deal? The absolute, the universally agreed upon by nearly every party involved that finally a good deal had been reached, and for no reason, just because he attributed it to Obama, he decided to blow up the Iran deal. And now it's been an endless struggle with Iran. It's like, dude was a total mess on the global scale. Him talking about, oh, they don't respect America. Dude, that was your business. You were the one who made that happen. And to Biden's credit, like, I don't think he's done a great job, like, fixing it. But, you know, he didn't make that problem.
Between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation. And it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions.
Oh, this is the Hannibal Lecter!
To come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this.
He shouldn't. Oh, I wish he had name dropped the Hannibal Lecter again. That's his Hannibal Lecter rant. He's like, you let crazy people in here, murderers from psychopath asylums.
Block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
Oh, no.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Oh, dude, no, man.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Oh, no!
All of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security.
This is like the worst thing that could happen for Joe Biden right now. The number one issue that is polling that people don't want Joe Biden is because he's fucking old. We've talked about this on other streams, that like his age and his perceived age is a really serious weak point for him, and the man he just had a total grandpa moment, totally obvious, unequivocal. The moderator had to just take mercy on him. Dear God, oh God.
These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you.
Demon Mama, tell me, is Joe winning? I hate to tell you right now, Joe is showing is very bad. Donald Trump is his usual self. He's not very exciting, but he just got a big one over Joe, and Joe Biden sounds terrible. So, optics is a big deal when it comes to, when it comes to presidential debates. Optics is huge. And Joe Biden is failing optics on his weakest issue. He looks and sounds like a very old guy. And him completely bungling and not being able to finish that thought there is a really bad showing for him. It's very bad.
President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Here we go. This question right here, Joe Biden needs to nail this, or else this is his issue. This is what he can win on. If he doesn't nail this, it's bad news for Joe.
Court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the...
Okay, come on now. After birth abortions? What is he talking about? First of all, that's insane. Secondly, he just admitted that he has to say whatever he needs to get elected. That's an insane thing for him to say on here. He's really testing whether or not he could shoot somebody in the face in midday and get away with it. Saying, you know, follow your heart, but I got to do whatever I got to do to get elected. That's a pretty bald-faced admission that you don't have any principles whatsoever. And now he's rattling off about fucking after birth abortions? What? Oh my God.
Former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule.
Okay, all right.
Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. What? There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
Oh no. Oh, that was. Oh my God. Oh my dear God. This is his #1 issue. Holy shit. Oh, God. What is happening to his brain? I know what I need for this. Hold on, everybody. I have a special thing. Hold on. I have a special thing we have to do here. Hold on, everybody. We're doing something special for this particular moment because this is a mood that demands something more. Everybody, hold on. Give me just a second here. Here we go. We need it. We're gonna need it here. Let's see here. How do we do this? Oh wait, it's not here. It's going to be. Give me just a second, everybody. We need to edit this and make this happen. You'll have to just be a little bit patient with me for 1 second. Here. I need to be able to see this in full. Give me just a minute. How do we do this? Hold on. Give me just a second. I'll wait for a minute. Let's continue.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Consider the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing.
Dude,
as far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states.
Here we go.
I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions.
Okay.
That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat-run, take it after birth. Again, the governor, former governor of Virginia.
You got to respond to this.
Put the baby down and we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true.
Oh, thank goodness.
Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security.
Hey, they muted him! First mute of the night!
Migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law.
Here's the one. This is where he tries to bat to the right of Trump, which that's going to go fucking great. I don't know why the Democrats think they need to do this. They're not going to win. Batting to the right of Trump is not going to win over any Trump voters who are right-wing on immigration. Like, that's an absurd thing. It's such an absurd thing. You're alienating your own base in order to win someone who you're not going far enough for. There's no voter that's out there that goes, you know, actually, Joe Biden really is harder on immigrants than the guy who just went on a rant about how immigrants are murdering everything that you love and they're attacking the women of your country. This is such a stupid decision, but everybody predicted it. And this was going to be what happened.
I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
Oh, no. Oh.
He knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history in that final couple of months of my presidency.
Okay, I'm sorry, but just a small little Trump, Trump fact check from the Demon Mama fact checking division. Can we remember that Donald Trump, the entire time he was in office, was trying to claim that there was like an invasion on the southern border? So now all of a sudden, even though everybody remembers, every person in their right mind remembers Donald Trump whining about an invasion on the southern border, about fucking caravans and all of this nonsense, now he's trying to say, oh, we were super safe. There was no problem at all. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Silly. Absolutely silly. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's get through this.
We had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president.
He just pulled a Kanye. I'm not going to say it.
Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. Killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are...
What? Okay, what? Okay, now they are both just talking about, what is he talking about? Joe Biden killed hundreds of thousands of people with bad water? What? Does anybody know what was actually being said there? I actually don't know what the hell that was supposed to mean. I genuinely don't know what he's even referring to. Is he talking about Flint? But that was before Joe Biden. That was, I mean, I guess it was under, the Flint stuff came to a head under Obama, which I guess was, you know, Joe Biden was vice. But like what? Bad border? But hundreds of thousands of people dying from the bad border? Where does that claim even come from? Like, even outside of just a fact check, like, get fact checked, bro. But legitimately, what?
Living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York.
I rewound and I think he said bad border. Yeah, but even, okay, so that's a little better, I guess. Who made the hundreds of thousands of people dying because of a bad border? JS Masochist says the whole border is nothing but corpses, apparently. Very Elden Ring. Woohoo! We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. The Elden Ring segment comes afterwards. By the way, if you are enjoying this absolute derangement of a debate react, the first maximalism stream or pseudo-maximalism stream we've had in a very, very, very long time. Please consider pressing the subscribe button down below, and please make sure that you've pressed like. We'd love your likes. Anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, and don't forget to stick around after the debate. After the debate, we're going to discuss the debate, and then I am going to take you on an unbelievably magical journey where I rant, rave, scream, and cry about everything Elden Ring related. So if you've wanted to see someone tap into the madness of the beyond, this is your stream. Let's continue.
California and every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing
Good
our
one,
citizens at a level that we've never
super smooth. Clean as hell.
Seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't want it. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out.
I don't know if that's gonna land for anybody. We're literally an uncivilized country now. I don't think that's gonna nail for anybody but his absolute base. There can't be anybody who's like, yeah, we're an uncivilized country now. I don't buy it, okay? I don't buy it, all right? I don't think that one's gonna land. Just calling that one right now.
Fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in.
President
Biden.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed, his group opposed that.
Can we just take a moment? This is terrible. This is terrible. I think that my snap decision to do a maximalism stream here is quite literally the only thing saving any of this. I hope you all recognize it. You could be watching this with someone just sort of dryly trying to fact check the inane babblings of 2 completely brain-cooked people. But instead, you get to have your eyes treated to all of this madness, including the demented overlay that I've placed over everything. Maybe I should make the overlay a little more opaque, or a little less opaque. Let's take a look. Maybe it's time to tone that one down a little bit, but it kind of felt like the right play to have Dale Cooper's face overlaid over everything in this particular mood. It kind of sells exactly how I'm feeling about everything. Oh, that's pretty good right there. Maybe I could even make it bigger and we could do our own like version here. Hold on, let's see. Here, let's go one bigger. Oh, that eye right there is so good. Look at that with the eye. Oh, that's so good. This is so good. How do I, oh yeah, I gotta zoom. Oh, that's not right. No, that's the wrong one. I gotta grab just this one. There we go. That's kind of perfect, right? I don't want it to be too overbearing. Here we go. That's kind of perfect. We want that eye like floating like right about there. Okay, that seems pretty good. All right, I think that's good. All right, let's continue.
Also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
Damn.
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care.
Can we just hold on, everybody? Look, I just fixed it. Can we just acknowledge the Dale Cooper overlay here is now pristine? Look at this. The GIFs are clear. My camera's clear, but overlaid hovering behind everything is our beautiful boy, our beautiful dissociating boy, Dale Cooper.
Of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have
never let anybody tell you that streams can't be art, okay? And I am the artist. There is not, you come here to witness a masterpiece with zero God complex, ego nonsense getting in the way of you enjoying two old men yelling at each other while I crack jokes and put incomprehensible noise on the screen. This is what art looks like.
19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two.
Okay, so weak response from Biden to Donald Trump saying you lied about me and you owe me an apology. This is one of the ways that Donald Trump gets away with lying so much, is that he doesn't acknowledge anybody else's lies, or he doesn't acknowledge his own lies ever, and he only ever goes on the offensive. So him being like, you lied about me, you're a fraud, you should apologize to me right now. That's a very it's a bright and memorable moment, and when Joe Biden kind of responds by being like, well, actually, it comes off as weak. Joe Biden should have been like, you are the king of lying. How are we supposed to, we or the American people, how are we supposed to trust anything that comes out of your mouth? The horrible stuff that you've said, you want us to believe you didn't say that particular one? Come on, Jack. That's what his response should have been. His response should have been basically exactly what I just said.
Two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history.
He almost had it.
History. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families.
And now he's babbling.
Equip them when they go to war.
Damn, it was
That's
so
what
close. He
Doing.
almost did it.
Is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general.
That is so catty. Okay, this is actually a big weak spot for Joe right now. The fact that Donald Trump is able to manage cattiness which is one of the things that made people laugh and feel energy for Trump. Trump is still being catty as shit, being like, I fired the shitty general who lied about me, you scumbag. What a loser. No love lost with that shit-ass general. He would have lost any war he was in. Like, that is old school Trump energy. It's actually super bad for Biden that Trump is breaking that shit out. As nonsensical and stupid as it is, it at least comes off as high energy. Oh, man.
Got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you
Okay, this is an absurd statement from Donald Trump. Everybody, any person who knows anything about foreign policy knows that Donald Trump completely ruined the situation with Iran. And downstream of that, the fact that he ruined everything that happened with Iran is almost the state of the Middle East right now, the incredible tension and the fact that Israel is currently looking to go get involved in further conflict beyond their own insanity in Gaza. All of this is downstream of the fact that Donald Trump took an action that moved so far away from any sort of stable relations of peace in the Middle East, with Iran specifically. He made the decision, the worst decision, the decision that empowered Iran's worst factions the most. So this is total bullshit from Trump.
No terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world.
Also, great point, Retcon. Retcon says, wait, so Donald Trump talked to Putin about his dream of invading Ukraine? When? Yeah, that's an interesting question, isn't it? Unfortunately, none of Donald Trump's followers or anybody who is even likely to vote for Trump is going to care about that at all. It's a real bummer because that's an insane thing to say.
Is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact that
yes! Joe finally got a zinger in! I never heard so much malarkey in my life. Oh, he did it! He managed one! Thank God!
In a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Huh? Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and...
Can we please, for the look, just for the sake of a good show, can Joe Biden get a zinger in and then follow it with a little more energy? This is so bad. The malarkey line, oh, that would have been sick if he'd been able to follow that up with something of energy, but then he's just like, well, now they got headaches, and Trump said it was headaches, but actually it wasn't headaches. It was a brain damage of some sort that was caused by Iranian soldiers in a bombing of some sort. It's like, I'm sorry, huh? What happened to where was the malarkey energy? You hit him with the malarkey, and then you followed up with your own malarkey.
Others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in and listen to what
he mixed it up. I think he meant to say Trump said to Putin, do whatever you want, and not the other way around.
He said when he went in, he was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything.
Okay, that's kind of a crazy thing to say, given everything else. Of course, once again, nobody cares about hypocrisy, but it's kind of crazy to be like, oh, he keeps giving money to Zelensky when there's the giant the giant elephant in the room of the amount of money that has been getting shoveled over to Israel. Actually kind of absurd, but unfortunately unlikely to sway anyone one way or the other, because the whole Ukraine thing has become a very dumb partisan issue.
Only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled.
Bro. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, if I was there in World War I, it would have gone differently. Just saying. I'm kind of built different. If I'd been there at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, would have gone differently. Would have gone down totally differently, bro.
People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Putin?
Yes, Dizzy Eyes says, did he just say he would fix the problem before he even takes office? Yes, he did. He claimed that he would solve the Russia-Ukraine conflict before he takes office. That's like the most my uncle works at Nintendo style claim. It's like a child's schoolyard boast. Truly deranged. An actually hilarious and laughably deranged claim.
What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas...
A little shaky, but definitely... It's sad that was one of his best answers of the night, and that it won't matter because it's on an issue that the average person doesn't actually really care that much about. Basically, from an optical perspective, saying we're strong because we're sticking with our allies in NATO, that appeals, that's a good message, but unfortunately, people are not particularly invested in Russia and Ukraine at this particular moment. It's mostly that's mostly like a congressional sticking point for waging inter-Congress warfare, as opposed to a major sticking point for the general populace. But I guess you got to answer it.
Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive.
Oh boy, here we go, everybody.
Are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining...
Right, oh my God, this is so misleading. By the way, this is the way in which American media participates in manufacturing consent. Straight up. Also, what the fuck is going on with his expression? Why does he look so horrified? I feel like I need to move the GIFs temporarily just so you can see just how horrified he looks. Oh my God. It's like, oh, he's like, oh, I was dreading this one. What I was saying is this is how the American media participates in manufacturing consent, by being like, oh yeah, Hamas hasn't accepted the American peace plan. When literally it was just a few weeks ago that there was an accepted and agreed upon peace plan that Hamas had agreed to, that Israel just threw in the garbage and undermined immediately. Like it's so insane. It's just, but again, it's just taken as fact. That's why I call it like the manufacturing consent thing. You're just, because it's coming from the moderator, this information is accepted as fact. And it's pitching to Joe to make everybody on the stage is going to basically agree that, oh yeah, what we're doing in supporting Israel is just 100% fine. Oh yeah, you know, what a wild way to frame it. The framing of the debate is that nobody actually has to question the relationship with Israel at all. It's just, no, it was Hamas, you see. Crazy.
Remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end?
Hey, Cherry, great to see you. Cherry says, it has never been more over. I'm not going to lie, Joe's showing in this debate so far has been absolutely depressing. It's actually quite horrifying just how bad his showing has been so far. It might have never been so more over.
The war. You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one.
Insane. Absolutely insane thing to say. Absolutely insane thing to say. Genuinely disgusting. And I just want people to understand. I'm gonna take off all the silly gifs for a second. The fact that Joe Biden has earned the moniker Genocide Joe, this just proves just how far and how real that moniker, how deserved that moniker is. The fact that he's earned the name Genocide Joe, this is it right here. Actually absurd. You know, it's crazy. I want to just take a moment here, and again, I'm going to leave the silly gifs off for a second because this is a pretty serious issue. But last night, I was listening to a documentarian talk about the documentary that they made about the killing of a 6-year-old in Gaza by the name of Hind. And this 6-year-old was killed in a car that was it has been completely and utterly documented to the T. Now, Israel denies this even happened, even though we have recordings of the event, even though we have satellite photographs that prove that there was a car, that there was both the car was where it was, obviously everyone verified that, and that there was an Israeli tank in the area. We have the phone call with the 6-year-old, and we have the 6-year-old's last words on a recorded phone call that is available to the public. Her and her family were stuck in the car and riddled with bullets, and her family members died one by one while this 6-year-old was on the phone with her parents from afar. And in addition to the 6-year-old then dying from blood loss after her entire family was killed in front of her in this car, when the Red Crescent attempted to access the area, they got approval from Israel, and Israel killed them. Israel blew up the Red Crescent ambulance that went to go to try and preserve the remains of these people who were killed. Israel gave approval and then killed them all and has faced no consequences for that. And Joe Biden is sitting here going, oh yeah, the only people who want the war to go on is Hamas. Uncle Gumball said, I think it was emergency services. Emergency services put her on with her mother. You can actually hear it in the recording. Horrifying. Horrifying. Literally, she says she doesn't want to wipe the blood off of her mouth because she doesn't want him to make her mother angry for getting stains on her dress. Those are the last words that she says. Not even kidding you. It's the saddest thing in the fucking world. And this is the stuff that we got Joe Biden out here covering for this. We've got CNN participating in setting the framing of the question as if there's no worthy critique of Israel at all. There is no, on this stage, there is no acceptable critique of the monstrosities, of the horror that Israel is meting out on the innocent people of Gaza. So this is the type of thing that makes me so mad about Joe Biden. This is the outrage that people feel and the sickening, depressing, doomer-inducing state of modern politics. If you wonder why there are so many people who struggle with so-called doomerism, it's because this is the state of affairs. It's because the psychopath Donald Trump is being opposed by a guy who has spent the entirety of this year doing the most obscene and unapologetic covering for a horrific and nightmarish mass killing event. Horrible. After talking about something like that, it feels fucking wrong to go back to our silly GIF pile. But at the same time, what's the quote? What's the David Lynch quote? That for absurdists, this is the most wonderful time to live. Something along those lines. Let me see if I can get the exact quote. I want to know where that quote is. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. No, let's continue. We knew that we were going to be dealing with the most derangement, and at the end of the day, we still must persist. And if we persist with laughter, that's how we do it.
The only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel.
Here's the quote. Quote by David Lynch. "What a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd." Well, you're in it. You're in the theater of the absurd.
No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And
Jesus Christ.
so they're two different things.
Again, you all remember, remember how I said a couple of weeks ago that Joe Biden is his own biggest stumbling block, and that if he loses this election, there will be literally no one on the planet to blame except for Joe Biden? This is case in point. Liberals have been screeching at me for weeks because I dared to say that Joe Biden is responsible for his own fucking failure as the leader of the quote-unquote free world. But this right here really nails it out the park. Using the most concentrated platform that we've seen so far. Literally, obviously, he's been using the White House, but this is the most normie political event that you're gonna get. The most normies are likely to, normies don't tune in to random White House press statements, okay? They just don't. And a lot of normies are not going to tune in to presidential debates, but more normies than average are going to tune into the presidential debate, and they're going to sit here and they're going to hear Joe Biden talking about, oh, we give the most money to Israel ever. We are unapologetic. We're saving Israel. And in their minds, what they've seen and heard on social media and beyond about this conflict is that Israel is brutally killing innocent people. You want to know one of the events that is most in the minds of the average person when it comes to this fucking conflict? It's not about how we saved Israel. It's those stories about people being summarily executed. It's the stories about people having, a knock on the roof? A thing that Israel does where they politely drop an empty bomb on the roof of your house so that you know to run away in advance. And they say that that's like a humanitarian measure, even though we know that they just often blow up people's houses anyway. Actually wild. They know about the flower massacre. They know about Hind. And you wonder why Joe is struggling right now. I took a screenshot before stream. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find the screenshot. Because I grabbed yeah, here it is. I took a screenshot of the polls that CBS was showing. Here, hold on, I have to go to this one real quick so you guys can see this. Just so you can see, these were the polls that they were discussing before the debate started. These are some of the swing states that Trump and Biden are going to have to win over. And I want you to look at this. Biden 49, Trump 51, Trump, Biden 50, 50, 50 tied in Georgia, Michigan, Nevada. Arizona 49 to 51. Actually demented. That Donald Trump, a known and failed quantity, who is now a convicted felon, and Joe Biden is struggling for his life against him. Actually absurd. All right, let's continue.
Cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas.
Marissa says, well, calling people normies isn't going to drum up any support for your side either. Well, I'm a political and gaming streamer. Obviously, the people that watch my show are interested in a niche. Most people who are going to take a Thursday night and come roll up to my stream to watch me absurdly cover the politics debate is not going to be your everyday average person level of interest in politics. People who come to my stream have an advanced interest in politics. I'm not saying that as an insult. What I'm saying is that this event, from an exterior perspective, what I'm commentating on to the people who are interested is the fact that this stream, or this debate, is not going to play well for a lot of normies. Now, obviously, there are already a lot of everyday folks who are really unhappy with what they've seen from Gaza. But hearing Joe Biden in no uncertain terms declare that he's 100% behind that, it's going to earn him the name Genocide Joe, and people are going to remember that. That's what I'm saying. I know there are... Uncle Gumball said, oh, you didn't know your streams are viewed by tens of thousands of independents? I mean, I'm sure there are at least some, but I wouldn't say tens of thousands. But, yeah. Also, I think that normies are not going to be bothered by being called a normie. They're probably not even going to know what is meant by that. So, yeah, I don't really care. But just figured I'd comment on that because I'm not saying that my stream is appealing to normies. It doesn't. I mean, I'm sure there are some who would watch my stream and have a good time. Probably my gaming stuff more. But I know by making a politics stream or doing politics topics that I'm going to be appealing to people who are specifically interested in politics. This debate, however, the debate itself is going to have higher views. Anyway,
like we did Bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Tomas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us.
Marissa, you should go back to being a degen. You'd probably be more fun. Right now, you're kind of a wet blanket, not gonna lie, but, you know.
He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have...
He's making the faces again. He's making the faces. He's bringing back the classics from 2020. He's bringing back the classics from 2016. The little butthole mouth that he does whenever Hillary Clinton would say something that was he'd be like, nasty woman. I don't know, maybe.
Our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland.
Horrible thing to say, by the way. Actually just terrible way of saying that. You want to start the nuclear war? Go ahead. That's just a terrible way of wording it. I understand his message, and I'm going to be charitable to Joe Biden, but that is like the worst thing that you could possibly say. Just terrible. Terrible wording.
In other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation.
Based, Sherry, based.
Has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to.
Sorry, I just need to I want to give just a small moment to the YouTube chat right now, okay? There we go. That's it. Let's continue.
Pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia?
Look at how many sweet creatures there are jumping and hopping around. There are so many good YouTube imps. There are just a couple of rambunctious upstarts who have convinced themselves of some truly interesting things. But among them, despite the overshadowing upstarts, there are all these sweet little imps just having a good ass time. It's so beautiful to see. And to you, I grant abundance. Okay? To you, I send my blessings. Okay? To all of you. And to the other rambunctious upstarts, go ahead. Do it. Try it.
A very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a...
So here's the thing. I'm going to just say something right now. Joe Biden needs to nail this, okay? Because what Donald Trump is doing here is he is successfully using a platform to launder his reputation of the insanity of January 6th. He is saying that I tried, I did my best, I told them to be good, I even offered them 10,000 soldiers and they turned it down. If Joe Biden doesn't capitalize on this and slam Trump, that's going to affect a lot of people who already feel like January 6th wasn't that big of a deal. And the Dems have done a pretty bad job of selling how big of a deal January 6th is, which it was a big deal. Now it wasn't the ultimate coup of ultimate coups. It was a pretty pathetic event, but it was representative of a sentiment among the Trump movement as to how they view democracy. And what happened there was pretty unprecedented in recent history. We've not seen any level of a demented uprising quite like that in recent memory. So it was a big deal, but Donald Trump right now is basically washing his hands of it. And if Joe doesn't follow up on this, that's going to be really bad for Joe.
speech, I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said,
by the way, if you want to support this channel, please consider donating. It would mean quite a lot to me. My show is 100% viewer supported. So your views, your donations are what make this channel possible. And for those in chat who are making strange and demented and poorly thought out comments about whether or not you're contributing to a Google product, well, there's a great option for you, which is that you can subscribe on my website where all of the money goes to me and none of it goes to Google. So if you would prefer to support me directly, you can come to my website and do that, and I would deeply appreciate it. Anyway, let's continue. Shilling capitalistic membership? Yes. No, even better. Better than capitalistic membership. Divine membership. You are paying tribute to a God who is keeping your mind stable. Right now, if my entertainment wasn't here for you, you would be staring at a wall crying, scrambling through your web pages and your apps, desperately looking for something to quiet the madness inside so that it doesn't consume you. But instead, heroically, godlikely, I have stepped down and I hold the monsters in your mind and soul at bay with laughter and joy and sometimes righteous fury. So, if that's not a pitch, what is? Let's continue. How can you be a god? Are you a fool? Wait, we know that answer already. Don't even, you're not even trying anymore. Sit down. Sit down. Are you fucking kidding me?
they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in that dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing.
Oh no, you didn't get rid of the zoo animal, did you? You just deleted messages, right? They're not banned, right? Oh.
And these people should be in jail.
Okay, 5-minute timeout. All right, that's fair. That's fair. They'll be back in 5 minutes.
Should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a...
Hold on, let's hear it. We got to rewind just a tiny bit.
And great 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what...
Yes, Renewed Wolf, if you specifically want a GIF to come on, you can do a $5 dono, and I will put that GIF on for you. I can't promise that that I'm going to make that for everybody, but I'll do my best. These were I chose these GIFs. These were all picked by me because this was a last-minute thing. But if you have a GIF you really want on and you want to give me $5 for it, 100%, I'll do it.
What was done. He didn't do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should
just make sure it's a GIF and not a WebP.
Accountable, and he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
What they've done to,
bro. Okay, Joe really rambled it. That was a pretty weak response. It was funny to call him a whiner, but that was a pretty rambly response. And I think Donald Trump is about to knock it out of the park.
To some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to
Oops! Oh, he slipped up there for a second, but he kept going.
Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you
Okay, insane. Genuinely insane thing to say. This is a debate of two people saying the most insane and ridiculous nonsense to one another. It's actually so far been almost exactly as I predicted, with Joe Biden performing slightly worse than I predicted. Remember at the beginning when I said that they were just going to inanely babble at each other and repeat their NPC talking points, and then we were all going to be sad? Remember that at the beginning? You can, Danny, when we do the edit, you could put me predicting how the debate was going to go from earlier in here. You don't actually have to, but maybe if you want to, if you can find it. But anyway, yeah, just put that in there if you can find it, because straight up.
You look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately.
Saying that Portland and Seattle would have been burned to the ground is genuinely deranged. Even in the incredibly tiny Chaz Chop incident, nothing got fucking burnt down. Nothing got burnt down at all. Like, it's just insanity.
What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic.
Okay, that's a great one.
The
I love
Unselect
this.
Committee, which is
Thank you
basically
so much,
two
Renewed
horrible
Wolf.
Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats. They destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
What is he talking about?
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
Well, hold on a second. How come they didn't, now this is just kind of weird. Why didn't they just they should have made Trump answer when Joe Biden said, I guess it was just because Joe Biden said it so unclearly that like Joe Biden was like, what are you going to say if I tell you to denounce those people who wrecked up the Capitol? And then they just moved to another question. Oh my God, what a mess. Also, thank you, Uncle Gumbald. Your GIF is now on the screen. Oh boy. All right, let's continue, everybody. Come on, let's keep going. We got to be strong.
That I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing no?
Yes. Well, it was actually sent to me, Paige. It was sent to me. Many people sent gifts, but early on I was being very choosy, and I liked that one, so yeah.
A whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have...
Okay, so, again, a bunch of nonsense, same old stuff that we've heard from Trump. It's literally NPC lines. He's repeating the same lines that he does at all of his stupid rally events. Oh, you can't win fair and square. You're a failed president. You're a fraudulent loser, blah, blah, blah. But he's saying it with a lot more energy than Joe. The fact that Donald Trump seems full of energy tonight by comparison to like recently, it's pretty bad for Biden. Biden responding every time by being like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about, man. You're just, and and then they have to cut him off. That's bad. That looks fucking bad.
Said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And and the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him, they said, what do you think?
Okay, you guys aren't enjoying this right now, or by what I should say is you're not being tortured by it at the moment. But straight up though, I just need you to understand, where is this here? How do I move this? Give me just a second. I'm gonna move the GIFs for a second just so you guys can see. The nunt is out of control tonight. Actually, like astral level nunting. I can't even believe it. Can we see this here? Like Jesus Christ. It is one of the worst it's ever been. We've even got the little like the hood going on here. We've got a full ass organ right here. On the plus side, this is probably going to be an educational moment for a lot of his followers who couldn't find the clit no matter what, right? All right, there we go. Let's continue.
Those people, the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people? And this is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate.
In the history of our country,
he made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President.
It's a good question, but the delivery was horrible. And also, he seemed to forget what he was talking about there because they were talking about Charlottesville, and then they were talking about, the statements that Trump made around Charlottesville, and then Joe Biden started talking about January 6th again. Oh, man. Oh,
Biden,
man.
we're going to be right back with more.
Thank you, by the way, to President Sunday and the Squids. Thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome. Come get comfortable. We'd love to have you. We're having a wild time. And by a wild time, I mean we're watching two extremely brain-fried old men ramble incoherently with extremely poorly verified statements that may or may not have any ties to reality whatsoever, and then we're trying to make the best of it. But we'd love to have you. Please come on in and make sure you press like on the stream on your way in.
More from the CNN presidential debate.
The House will be in order.
This year, C-SPAN celebrates 45 years of covering Congress like no other. Since 1979, we've been your primary source for Capitol Hill.
What is this? I'm gonna mute this while this is playing. I don't care about this. And also, it sounds like they're probably using copyrighted music, so whatever. Okay, everybody. Oh my God. it's behind. You can just, oh, you're right. I can just fast forward. You're right. I can. Let's fast forward. Boop, 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 boop. Let's get back to it. All right, here we go, everybody. We're back.
Presidency, black families.
We're back, everybody. Look at that. Time travel. Another proof of my divinity.
Less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation.
Oh, man. This is so tragic. Not for Joe, but for the rest of us. This is brutal. I made a joke at the beginning of this that I was in my Saint Trina arc, hence the purple and the purple flowers and everything, but I didn't think that it was going to be this far into my Saint Trina arc, where simply my observation of the debate is causing Joe Biden to fall asleep. Maybe I should crank up to the eternal sleep pots.
In the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs.
I truly, though, I do believe that any person who's watching this debate, no one is going to walk away feeling like Joe Biden did well in this. Like, when it was Trump versus Hillary in 2016, you know, there was like a toss-up, you know, and in the other debates, it was like, okay, he got some points in. This is like the worst. This is genuinely, there has not been, the malarkey moment is the only standout moment for Joe, and everything else has given the impression that he is barely present, that he is actively fading away from existence, like it's Back to the Future, you know? And Marty McFly starts like fading out in real time. It is, whoo boy. Genuinely though, like that moment there and the one at the beginning where he completely lost his train of thought. I have a lot of sympathy for people struggling when they're doing a live performance. I am a streamer. I sit on here and usually without any script and minimal preparation, depending on the topic, will sort of riff about whatever. But this is the President of the United States who has an entire team, a massive, expensive machine of people designed to prep him and make sure that he's ready for this, and he simply can't. And he is, what's worst of all is that he is falling into all of the stereotypes and concerns that people have about him. The age question with regard to Joe Biden is one of the biggest issues within and without the Democratic Party. It is overall one of the most major issues for people when they talk about a lack of confidence in Joe Biden, when they talk about what makes them worry about voting for Joe Biden. And this debate has had 2 major incidents where Joe Biden appeared to have completely lost what he was saying and to struggle desperately to find where he was going with his thoughts. It is just, It is bad.
Gotta make sure
It's
because when
bad.
you
It's really bad for Joe. Like, I don't think that Donald Trump has done phenomenally here at all. He's mostly been rambling his usual talking points, but he has enough energy that the standout moments of this debate are going to be, and mark my words, you're going to see this all over social media. It's going to be when Joe Biden was falling asleep at the wheel. If I was to go talk to my family members who aren't super politically attached tomorrow, and in fact, I will do this, when I go talk to my family members, I'm going to ask if they heard anything about the debate, and I'd be willing to guarantee that they will have seen the moments when Joe Biden seemed to fall asleep. Okay? It's bad. It's really bad.
By those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years.
Ah, yes you can, Zadoki, go ahead. Oh no.
Ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
Oh, this is painful. It is, first of all, I'm sorry, I need to hide chat for a second here. Give me just a second. I need you guys to see this, okay? Look at his expression right now. Hold on, we're going to hide everything, okay? Look at his expression right now. Wait, where's the transparency? It is painful to watch. It is painful to watch him struggle through this. Genuinely painful. Oh my God. All right, let's try. Let's try to continue.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not.
That's another one that is really important with voters right now. Food costs and inflation are big issues. And Donald Trump is hitting him really hard on this. Truthful or not, the fact that he's addressing this is really major. And if Joe Biden can't retort strongly, this is going to hurt him. This is going to severely hurt him. All right, let's go.
Living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people.
Whoa! Wow! Whoa! Hold on there! Whoa! This big. What is this? What is going on? What is he saying? I'm sorry. Can we hear that again? What?
He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
Okay, well he kind of dialed it back there. He brought it back around, but that was a weird one. Trump was fucking channeling his inner Zoomer there. His big kill. He was really risen him with a big kill, bro. Oh boy, let's go.
Inflation. When I became president, you know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased.
Thank you to Zadoki and Elby for your $5 donations. Your gifts are on the screen now. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much.
I made sure that there are 8,000.
Joe Dax says, vibe check on the debate. I don't have the heart to watch. You should come sit with us and enjoy the theater of absurdism. The vibe check on the debate itself is abysmal. It's perhaps the worst debate that I've ever seen in my entire life. I have watched so many presidential debates, and I have never seen one this pathetic and sad and this emblematic of the rot at the top of American politics. The vibe check is abysmal, but in here, in this room, music is pumping. Well, it isn't, but it will be. We're feeling good. My divine aura is protecting you. Our gifts are giving you a comfortable level of dissociation from the madness. So come get comfy and stay.
$1,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again.
Music is pumping, awkward silence. You're correct, but in our souls it's pumping. And it will be pumping later.
And they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost.
By the way, remember when libs were getting super mad at me saying that the police as an institution are dangerous, undemocratic, and fundamentally fascist-leaning? There you have it from the horse's mouth. Of course, this is a statistic that I have repeated to people over and over and over again. The fact that police associations, police unions, and police themselves almost overwhelmingly, I mean, truly overwhelmingly, to the maximum level, support Donald Trump. It's sickening and upsetting, and it should remind people of just where the police's political sensibilities lie, and what type of people they're likely to be motivated against as a institution on a broad level. When we're talking vast majorities of police orgs all across the country, vast majorities of police officers themselves expressing extreme sentiments on LGBTQ people, on minorities, on immigration, we should know where police in America stand and what their intentions are.
Every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators.
Oh, I disagree with you, Arlo, I disagree with you, but we'll get into that later. You've made a fundamental error in your calculation, but it's okay. We'll get there. I'll help you. I'll help you see the future.
This was his name, and he called it to him for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we
had H2O. Now, we don't got H2O. We had it. We had H2O. Now, it's just H2. No O's. No O's. Sad. Truly sad.
We were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody.
What?
And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security.
Kiwi TP says, Dima Mama said it right. This is such a great show of the absolute rot of our politics. Yes, this is a pillar, an emblem of American political decay.
Medicare and Medicaid.
Yep. Thank you.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress. And we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who learn how to.
Renewed Wolf, don't black pill. This should not let you this has changed nothing, okay? Let me just be 100% for a moment, okay? This hasn't changed anything about our political analysis except to show that Joe Biden is once again his own worst enemy, and that the Democratic Party just completely fails to meaningfully check the Republicans. But we knew that already. We already knew that. As for what we all gotta do, we gotta keep our spirit strong. We must bolster our souls, and we must bolster our communities. We must build up our connections, make them stronger, so that we can be resilient regardless of whether or not it's Genocide Joe or the absolute psycho freak Donald Trump, which we've already had to deal with once. If we keep building and we keep making each other stronger, we can endure any of this nonsense. It's not like us watching this is for our own information, so that we can keep a scope on the horizon, so we can know what type of things we're going to be contending with and what things we should be, calculating for. The only thing this changes is that we know that Joe dropped the ball again. Other than that, what we all have to do is the same. We need to continue thriving. We need to continue helping each other. We need to continue growing our connections to one another, strengthening them, making it so that we can take care of ourselves and one another, no matter who of these decrepit geriatrics is in charge. That's what we have to do. And that hasn't changed at all because of this debate. So don't let this black pill you. This is sad and depressing, but it's also just the mask coming off further and further of American politics. We know that American politics at the highest level is a load of garbage. We know that it is deeply undemocratic. We know that it's completely compromised by corporate interests. This is something that we have been screaming about and yelling about since long before I even started streaming. What we have to do is we have to find a way to burgeon our spirits, to become stronger together, and also to stay informed without losing our minds. That's it. Redcon, I'm going to go one further. I'm going to say they should have the candidates' top donors fight each other in a gladiatorial arena. That's how we actually decide. No substitutions. It's got to be the donors themselves. That's the real way we got to do it. I'm sorry, I don't actually care if decroded isn't a real word. It's a real word to me, and everyone knows exactly what it means. It was used by Strongbad, and also by the premier live streamer of the moment, the heir to the throne of the greatest streamer on the platform, Northern Lion. So that means that it's real. I very much believe in being able to make up good words that actually make sense. And if decroded doesn't make sense, then none of our words make sense, okay? That's what I have to say to you today, okay? If there's no decrosion out there, there's no nothing out there. Yes, exactly, Chariot. Fact checked by real demonic patriots.
Deal with just like the Peace Corps, and we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way.
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security?
Okay, I gotta be real. This is probably the most ageist thing I'm gonna say all night. But why is Joe Biden constantly giving the Mitch McConnell, I can see the Grim Reaper floating over your shoulder face? It's kind of a lot. At every time we've paused, it's been like there is like Wolnir, the skeleton from the catacombs of Carthus, is reaching up out of the shadows somewhere in the distance. It's crazy. He's got to chill. We need a Wolnir. Somebody donate me a Wolnir GIF. I'm asking you. Donate me a Wolnir GIF so I can put it on, so we can put it right. We can actually put it like right over here so that whenever we see his face, we can see what he's actually seeing.
Security solvent.
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're gonna, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000.
Joe Dax says, I feel like an audience for this debate would be disruptive. I would go 50-50 on whether an audience for this debate would become disruptive because they're so bored that they start like flicking things at each other, like they're like doing spitballs or making those little paper footballs and flicking them at each other. Or if we just get to hear people like snore and then wake themselves up with a loud fart. Because I feel like it's 50-50 as to which one of those events would happen. Yeah. I don't know. This is rough. Easily you all remember when we covered the January 6th stuff in Congress? That boring ass shit was more exciting than this by like a long shot. You remember when I put on the anybody remember old school Demon Mama heads? Remember when I put on a big pink bear mascot head and I was making fun of Nancy Pelosi and talking about January 6th with a goddamn pink mascot head on? Anybody remember that? And that was more exciting than this. I had to do less work that day to make it entertaining than what I'm doing today. And I put on a mascot head. I'm fighting for my life out here. For you all. My heart rate is at a dangerously low level. I am riding the line of a personal blackout. And it is only my will and the strength of my spirit that's carrying us forward. You're not going to beat the furry allegations? What allegations? I'm already convicted. I did everything right, and still they indicted me.
For the tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face about so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare.
We're looping! We're looping like the dementia clock on the head. We're looping! We're trapped in a time loop. Help!
Medicaid, they're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place
Let
of
me
our
out!
citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world.
And Tony Bastard, thank you so much. I will absolutely add this to the pile. Although it's not a GIF, but still. Oh no! I'll still add it. Thank you very, very much. Let's continue.
We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him.
Hold on. We need a check. Okay, everybody? We need a Joe Biden expression check. Can we get a Joe Biden expression check? It's happening again. It's happening again. Holy shit. Every time. He's got the most fearful look on his face at every moment. Jesus Christ. Now, I'll note that both of them are dodging every question and waffling about, but, my God.
The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters.
Right here, by the way, is just proof that nothing that the Democrats do, anytime the Democrats try to pitch right of Donald Trump, it gets them nothing. They are literally being tricked into implementing their opponent's political ideals, and they get nothing for it. Donald Trump is like, this is a total waste. Your plan is a failure. When Joe Biden was just in this debate advertising that he went harder on the border than the right-wingers wanted, and Donald Trump says, you want open borders. It means nothing. Attempting to appease the right will not work. Democrats trying to appease right-wingers is the stupidest tactic that you could possibly employ. And this is exactly what they get for it. Just unbelievable.
And I don't think, we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad.
MKJ Moon, thank you very, very much.
I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants.
Now we can see what Joe's looking at every time. Right here. I got to make it bigger. I wish I could make it as big as possible. Look at that. There's Joe Biden right now. Man is motherfucking cooked. Give me my Wolnir. Thank you, MKJ Moon. And also, fake ass twat, thank you so much. I'm gonna get yours up there too. Thank you very, very, very much. Let's continue.
The Trump tax cuts to expire, so everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't, but this is by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China.
Did we have a little hiccup? I'm very sorry about that. I'm sorry about the small hiccup. We should be clear now. Sorry about that, everybody. Refresh stream. There we go. Let's continue, everybody. Let's continue. We'll rewind just a tiny bit for what everybody missed. Let's go. Let's rewind just a tiny, tiny bit. Here we go.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that were imported. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made,
all right, everybody, the time has come for a quick bathroom break. That's right. The time has come where I have to use the restroom. So I'm going to play the banger song. Don't you go anywhere. Make sure that you've liked the stream. Make sure that you're nice and comfy. I'm going to play the bathroom song, and I'm going to be right back. Enjoy. All of this. Yeah, this will wake you up. This will wake you up.
Hey, Chat Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track that... So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. A little. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Phone, the stream's still running. Alright. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
Look at that. We made it. We made it. Thank you. Thank you, Olive Bites. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Are we ready? And look at that. We kept our viewers, very few fair weather fans. How beautiful. 85D2D Derek with the incredibly generous $5 donation. Thank you so much for supporting the show. 85D2D Derek says, I see we've got the gifts out for this high stakes nursing home diarrhea fight. How horrifying that our world has come to this. True. Holy moly, true. Holy moly, you're right. Emblematic. You know, I appreciate that about you, Arlo. I really do. For that, I grant you a blessing of abundance. 1. But don't go crazy with it, okay? This is a good opportunity to show chat the tweet about the origins of the bathroom song. Yeah, it is, actually. Hold on, let me show that. Hold on, let me go to the other thing so that we can clear the gifts for just a second. Here you go. So this is Gayfesh's tweet. Gayfesh says, so just so you all know exactly how little effort I put into the bathroom song, I found my DMs with Demon Mama. Pay attention to the time codes. I literally started the idea by DMing her, and then I wrote it and then sent it to her in a span of 32 minutes. Here we go. I have the stupidest song idea. It's called the Demon Mama bathroom song, and it's to be played during bathroom breaks. It's going to be so stupid you'll only ever play it exactly once. And then I responded, oh no, ah! And then Gayfish said, I'm putting very little effort into it. There, use it or don't. It's incredibly stupid. And sure enough, of course, my response is, only ever play it exactly once. I love to defy prophecy. And don't I love to defy prophecy. Don't I love it? It's incredibly stupid, and we absolutely love it. And of course, we love the Calliope remake. Almost mispronounced. The Calliope remake. Remix is a better term. Remake is like movies. All right, everybody, let's get back to business. We got a debate to continue through. Let's do it.
More than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China.
Can we get a Joe Biden expression check? That's right, we got a Joe Biden expression check coming in hot. Joe Biden is both afraid and lost at this particular moment. He's like, I don't understand. I keep looking around and all I see are skeletons, Jack. Skeletons as far as the eye can see. It's just kind of weirding me out, you know? Feels like a bunch of bony malarkey. All right. Let's get back to it.
He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money?
That was me, Page Punk Corpse. I picked that one personally from my stash.
Money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much.
What's the Vaporeon doing? The Vaporeon is riding on a merry-go-round. It's that easy. Just enjoying a merry-go-round. That's it.
Money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous.
I'm sorry.
On China.
Can we listen closely? I'm going to enhance for a second. We're going to enhance. I'm enhancing the audio. I need you to hear. I believe we got a squirt. One of them just had a bowel release.
He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. Imposed on China. He took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved.
It's the first one of the night. I'm actually impressed that they both lasted that long. Genuinely, I'm kind of impressed they lasted that long. That was not a poot, okay? Kiwi TP, that was a squash. I called it a squirt at first, but upon reflection and reanalysis, I think that's more like a squash or a squelch. Both of which are very concerning noises, okay? All right. Trump's mic was on, so it had to be him. Well, it could have been it could have been somebody else, but I'm gonna guess it was probably Trump. He's exerting himself right now, whereas Joe seems to have settled into like a stony expression over here. Actually, hey, first time of the night that Joe Biden, just to show you I'm in good faith, first time of the night that Joe Biden doesn't look terrified out of his mind. This is the first time we've seen him. Jason Kelly said, "Did someone fart? I didn't hear one." It was more like a squash or a squelch. Yeah. Which that could be. You're right. Maybe he's relaxed now because that was Joe. Well, the world will never know. Comrade Girl says, all the good gifts I can find are WebPs. Just use a converter before you send it to me. Otherwise, I have to convert it. I've had to convert a few tonight, and it's very frustrating. So just, there's a bunch of free converters on the internet. If you could convert it before you send it to me, that'd be great. I know, it's very frustrating. Right now, everything uses WebP, and WebP doesn't play well with OBS as far as easily adding them. As I understand it, you can add WebPs. It's just very annoying to do so. Anyway, let's continue.
Our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it.
We bought the certain dog? No, wait, can you come in here for a second? Oh. Well, okay, that's fine. Just make sure nothing shows. Here, I'll even put you on the big screen.
Yeah, thanks.
No, okay, you can come in. Just come here. No, Doe's not naked. Doe's just kind of a bit of a slattern, you know?
You can put on the big if you want.
Yeah, here we go. Look, Doe just brought me a pile of delicious 3-year aged cheddar and multigrain crackers. And you know, now Donald Trump is rambling about them buying a certain type of dog that can sniff better than any other dog, that Joe Biden has killed them all or something.
What?
I'm dead serious.
I've been listening
Trump,
to a lot, but
Trump just started rambling about Trump just started rambling about they got a certain type of dog that's better than sniffing drugs than any other dog, but we don't have them anymore because of Joe Biden's bad deal.
I'm speechless. That sounds wild. I mean, look, the rest of this debate, I've already tweeted. I've been listening for a while. This debate, everyone should be charged with elder abuse. Like, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is... Dude, I got nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. We've been doing okay, though. You want to see the work of art? Have you been watching me?
Yeah.
So you've seen this.
Yeah.
It's a masterwork, honestly. It might be my favorite we've ever done.
I don't know. Some of the other ones have been pretty good, but this is
They
nice.
have been. This one's pretty good.
There's some Elden Ring content in there. There's a Bernie. Oh, by the way, this is how Bernie can still win.
By me superimposing him into reality and just willing it into existence?
Oh, I just meant this debate, but yeah, that too.
Yeah, what if Bernie, after this debate, was like, I've had enough. All right, I'm running for president. Fuck you, Joe. That would be the most amazing thing. He literally comes onto the stage at the end with a fucking steel chair, cracks it open, sits on it with his mittens like that old image. He's like, you motherfuckers.
Oh, goodness. We did it. Yeah. All right.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, seriously. I needed it. Amazing the Onion tweet. How good? Is it good enough? Dana Bash reminds Biden he has 40 seconds of life remaining. Oh! Oof! All right, let's continue.
We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you.
So he completely failed to answer the question yet again. Classic Trump stuff. Literally doesn't give a shit about the question, just repeats his damn talking points. Wow. Joe Biden is back to a terrifying expression once again. We've got the Joe Biden terrified look back. Incredible. Also, I just want to address a comment from chat. Fortnite says, I don't know. I don't want to deal with Democrats blaming Bernie for Trump winning. I hate to tell you this, but they're already going to do that. They are literally going to blame. If Joe Biden loses this, the Democrats are going to try and ruin the lives of anybody they perceive as left of Donald Trump, okay? I want you to understand that. They only know how to take the wrong conclusions from things, and they cannot accept defeat. It will be open season on being deranged to lefties. The culture online is going to get even worse, and the Hitler particles flying off of liberals are going to reach a new maximum. So I hope you have your Hitler particle detectors, the volume turned down just a little bit, because that thing is going to be blaring after this election. Comrade Girl with the $10. Thank you so much. I'll get this right on there. Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you all for being so generous. Seriously, it means a lot to me. This has actually been... Oh my God, this is so cute. Oh, this is a great gift. Oh my God! That one's extra cute. Oh my God! Metal Gear Solid! So cute. I love it. It's gonna go right here. Right here. Perfect. Oh my God, what a good one. Thank you so much for the unbelievably generous donation. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem, Comrade Girl. Let's continue.
President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, because this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say there's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said.
Basically, Donald Trump right now is saying that he will do the Steam summer sale, but for hostages. That's crazy, dude. I have coupons sitting all over my house. 50% off, they say. 50% off on American hostages. Joe, he doesn't use them. Too stupid, forgets his coupons, pays too much. Can't put a price on human life, they say. Well, I say you can, and it's 50% off. Buy one, get one.
By literally, as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said.
Doesn't come off very well with the rest of tonight. I gotta be completely honest with him. He didn't sell it tonight. He needed to sell it tonight. Tonight was the night to sell it. All of the rest doesn't really matter that much. This is the first presidential debate. This is the one that most people are going to tune into. This is where people are most going to be looking to see, can he actually hold up? And he proved he can't. He really can't.
15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over.
Antifa Pyro, thank you so much for the $5 donation. We'll get this right up on there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
$100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds.
Oh no, this is an MP4. This isn't a GIF. This isn't a GIF. Antifa Pyro, you gotta upload it as a GIF. You gotta convert it beforehand. I'll put yours on, but I gotta get it in GIF format. So you don't gotta just submit it normally in chat once you get it in GIF format. I can't do the MP4. Sorry about that.
Seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us.
Okay,
all of our allies and our.
This is just typical. You have to say this if you're president thing. He is right that there's it's very weird to have a president who's basically like, this place is a shithole. It's a giant shithole. I hate it. But if you elect me, it won't be a shithole anymore, But it's totally a shithole. The moment I'm out of office, it's just a giant shithole. You don't see that very often. Hey! Welcome! Welcome to all of the VGG folks. Thank you so much for the raid. We're wonderfully happy to have you. Please consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. We would love to have you. You'll recognize it as a very comfortable chatting location, very similar to your own. Really happy to have you. We are having a lot of fun. As you can see, we are doing a Maximalism stream, which is our wonderful and beautiful and deeply transformative, arguably divine way of having fun in this nightmare of a debate. Truly a truly a painful debate. Chainsaw, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chainsaw. Seriously. That's really kind of you. Hey, there we go. We got another GIF. If you'd like your GIF on the stream, by the way, we are taking donations for GIFs. A $5 donation, and you can have your GIF up on the screen. Why the hell did this one not work? What the hell? I'm sorry, but that one's it's still showing weird. It's downloading as an MP4 still. Oh no, there it goes. Okay, we got it, we got it. We got it, everybody. We solved it. It's gotta be a GIF, no WebPs, no none of that. You gotta send me a GIF. But if you send me a GIF and a donation, I'll put it up here. And it can join the gigantic nightmare pile of beautiful things, this work of art that we're making together to make the most of a bad time. Because let's be real, it's been a rough night. It's been a real rough one. Hey, look at all the people signing up. Look at it, welcome. See, the beauty, the wonder. You too can bask in this glory. Thank you so much. Welcome to Mutt Bites. Welcome to Pro Newbie. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Hit the Mat. My goodness. So much kindness. Zach Fletcher says, gotta go to bed early. Looking forward to your Shadow of the Erdtree commentary. Oh, it's gonna be hot. Thank you so much, Zach Fletcher. For all of those who are just coming in, we are going to finish this debate together. And then we are going to settle in and I am going to talk about the Elden Ring DLC to a great extent. I am extremely passionate about it, and I have a feeling you'll enjoy it even if you're not a FromSoft fan. I'm going to be talking about the game itself, I'm going to be talking about the controversy around it, and I'm going to be giving people tips on how to beat it, basically, because I am a bad gamer turned good at things like Elden Ring, and I feel like I can offer some help. Anyway, thank you all so very much, and let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, shall we? Saitoria, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll get yours right up on the screen. And Nerodia, I'll get yours up on the screen. Wow, people are being so generous. This show is viewer supported, so your likes and donations mean the world to me. We're gonna have a discussion about the debate at the end too, so. Hey, Vinny Havoc, welcome. So many new viewers, so many new people coming onto the site. Oh my God, y'all are making me feel wonderful. What the hell? Oh my God, that one's violent. Nerodia, you went ham. We'll get it on there though. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid even a little bit. Let's get going.
Those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc., they don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. I made it public.
I can't believe he's still running with the acing the cognitive tests line. That's a real bold move. Still going with that one is definitely a bold move. I'll say that much. It's kind of crazy that he's still running with that. All this time later. I aced the cognitive test. Best score they've ever seen. They said I was a truly stable genius. Grime Dango! Welcome! So wonderful to see you. I told you that it would be a treat. We have maintained somehow, despite our vibes being assaulted by easily the worst presidential debate I have ever seen in my entire life, here, through my demonic and divine aura, I have protected us. And not only have we stayed strong, but we've had a good time. Pookie says the debate fucked me up and I'm coping. We're gonna talk about that. I promise. You will be pleased if you stay. I will unfuck you up. I'll do my best to unfuck you up. Okay? Have some faith and you'll find yourself. You'll find yourself. You know what? Here, I'll do it. Go together with me. Let us go together. The Linkara? Oh yeah. Linkara was Linkara was given to us by Retcon. So yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart.
Thank you, not on fire yet. Thank you.
A long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit the ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf.
Holy shit! We need the Joe Biden expression check immediately. Holy shit! What the fuck is this? I gotta hide the gifts for just a second so you guys can see just how the drugs finally hit. Holy shit, bro. What is this one? My God. Oh, it's finally happened. He's been looking terrified all night. And he's finally, something hit. He's locking in, maybe. We'll see, I guess. Oh my God. Off the chain. Red Cactus, thank you so much. I'll get that up for you right now. Thank you so much, Red Cactus. And Isaac the Great, thank you so much. Isaac says, how can we avoid dooming, especially after seeing something like this? Also, can you change my name? I can indeed do that. You'll have to give me a minute. I can do that for sure. We're gonna talk about how not to doom after this, I promise, okay? I promise. Let me get these up. Let's go.
Match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was.
Dude, come on.
Years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same.
25 years ago.
I was willing to take a cognitive test, and you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor, and then I took another one, a similar one, and one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
Very stable
you can
genius.
See he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway.
What?
Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him.
Are you Joe's breaking up the body shaming? But he fumbled it. He tried so hard. He tried for the body shame and he dropped the ball. God damn it. Oh, man. Come on, dude. Come on, man. Oh. All right. Let's go. Is gift suggestions just for donos? Yes, just for donos. Otherwise, we'd be completely buried in them. Yo, Akumi, thank you so much. That's incredibly generous. Thank you so very much. Oh, that's a based one. We're getting that one going. Come on, Jack.
I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag.
Got yours, Daharumba. Daharumba, thank you so much.
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
What are they talking about? I'm sorry. Did I miss something? What the fuck?
That's it. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
My handicap?
But by the way, I told you.
Oh, this is golf. Okay, this is golf. They're golf. They're waffling about golf. This is real right now. By the way, can I just be? This is real retirement home argument energy. These people are vying for the most powerful position in the world, and they are both mumbling about their handicap level in fucking golf. Holy fuck. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my God. Oh,
I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag.
If you carry your own bag? What the literal old man fight?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay,
Let's not act like
rounds.
children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
You
to
are
a
child.
specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the...
He's back at it. I regret to inform you that the Joe Biden reaction cam is back at it. He's doing it again. We're back on the death stare. Man is crossing into the shadow realm and struggling to find his Erdtree fragments.
The Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said...
Panic Stasis, thank you so much. We're going to get your gift right up on there. Thank you for supporting the show.
It was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places, enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again.
Arlo says, Skadu is Old English spelling for shadow. Shadow. Yes, I know that, but because I am an equal divine, I declare and choose to say it the incorrect way for the epic reason that it is funnier to say it as Skadu.
Bazinga.
And we're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive it.
Gaunt Yeti, thank you so much. And Irascended Kittens, thank you so very much.
Into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all.
We've been here already. We're looping again. We've been here already. They've both already said both of these things. We have been here all goddamn ready. Enough is enough. I can't handle it anymore. We're looping again. Will the torment never end?
The idea. I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war.
Ultraviolet, we're going to need a more complex name than that. We can't have a name that's only 4 characters. And also, I'm pretty sure there's already other Junes in the chat. So you got to give me a little more to go with. Thank you very much for the donation. Please email me with your name change. It's really hard for me to do those live. I'm going to do the other one because I said I would, but I can't do any more name changes. If you want a name change, just shoot me an email, demonmamaonline@gmail.com, and I will get you taken care of.
Or just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these. But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no.
He just said this. Did I rewind? I didn't rewind, did I? He just said this, didn't he? What the fuck?
Indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke.
It is funny when he calls him a whiner, but he already did it. This is almost verbatim what they said earlier. They just did this. They just fucking did this. Hey, Pillow, great to see you. It's fucking round 2. It's like the fucking rehearsal over here. What the fuck?
This lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live.
Now I channel my supreme power to jump forward in time. Wow! I jumped forward to this. I landed on that organically, okay? I didn't shop for that one. I just landed on it, all right? Holy shit. We're back at it again, folks. He's still scared. Zoink, Scoob. Zoink, Scoob. Why is Lord Wolnir? Why is he picking up his chalice? He's got these giant bangles on his wrists, and he's reaching for me to pull me down into the void. Holy shit.
Out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said,
Bizadu, thank you so very much.
Nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again.
Yes, you absolutely can, Grime Dango. You just send me that GIF, and it's going up there. I'll even make it bigger. I'm that special. You're that special.
This guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get away with, get rid of the ability of Medicare for the ability to...
No, Joe, stop, bro! One sentence. Can we get one?
For the...
Grime Dango says that mac and cheese was a banger, the banger of all banger mac and cheeses. It truly was. We really, you executed on us putting our heads together and picking the cheeses to an unfathomable level. Like, it truly was the banger of all bangers. I warmed up a bit of it yesterday and had a giant bowl of it. And it was, I swear to God, the only thing that had degraded even a little bit was just the texture of the macaronis themselves. And everything else, it was the most sublime, cheesy, rich, delicious thing ever. It was truly next level. Just wanted to throw that out there.
To be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal deficit debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along.
He's
it's
struggling
now,
so hard, it's
everybody
killing
in
me.
America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
That was
like so many
that was the worst closing statement I've ever heard in my entire life. I can't believe that that was a goddamn closing statement and not like a dream recording that somebody took of Joe Biden at night while he was going, oh, please, don't let the puppy walk on my sandwich. Don't let the clutch on my truck's gone. I can't handle it. It's all boot leather, man. It's turtles all the way down. That's a load of malarkey. I tell you what, I'm reaching out to the sun, and the sun is my son, and it's just, Jack, I can't hear you anymore. They got brain damage over in Iran.
This man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business.
Okay, but like, can we see that Donald Trump is just doing his Donald Trump, like normal Donald Trump stuff, literally reciting word for word his rally speeches, and Joe Biden is like, I don't even know. He's like fucking Pa Grape from VeggieTales if Pa Grape got stepped on. There's nothing spectacular about what Trump is doing here. There's nothing worthy of praising Trump at all. But he's not failing, and that's all that he needed to do. No, Uncle Gumbald, Pa Grape. Are you for real? You can't be serious. Pa Grape was incredibly sharp and witty, excuse me very much. That's why I said if he got stepped on. I agree, he was sharp and witty. Honestly, I think the Dems should run Pa Grape.
This with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers. We're our soldiers.
So this is also deranged and rambly, but that's normal for Trump. Everybody already knows that he's deranged and rambly. And also, he's high energy. I genuinely think that Joe Biden lost this debate so hard, it's unfathomable. I can't wait. We're going to have to do a temperature check on liberal Twitter after this, because I have a feeling that liberal Twitter right now is going to look something like the copium haze that we saw in the like fallout after January 6th. You guys remember? You all remember when we went and checked in after Donald Trump like did that statement where he was basically like, oh, actually the January 6th people were cringe and unbased. And then places like the Donald and everywhere else were like, it's over, man. I mean, it's over for Joe Biden, totally. And they were like screaming and their faces were melting and their eyes were falling out. They're calling for him to step down on the news. Twitter is panicking right now. Wait, for real? I need links to that. A-Pillow, give me those links. I need that. Holy shit. Callan Cypher says, Demon Mama being prophetic up in here. What can I say? I have the sight.
Instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Okay, immediately after this debate, they say it. For real? Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to stay with them then. We're going to stay with them. We're going to hear what they have to say. For those of you who are here, make sure that you've pressed subscribe down below, because you have witnessed with your own eyes what a demon can do to protect you from the nightmare that is whatever this trash was served at us. And also, make sure that you press like. If you want your GIF up on the screen, this is your last chance, because soon we'll wipe the slate clean and all of our art that we created will disappear like tears in the rain. Let's continue. Let's hear what they have to say. Hello? Oh man, Joe's looking so bad. Look. Oh, you can't actually see him over there. Hold on. Look at Joe. You still can't see him very well. Let me clear this all off just real quick so you can see. Look at Joe's expression. He knows he did badly. He knows he did badly. Whatever you want to donate, Louis boy, it's fine. At this point, it's nearly the end, so if you don't want to, we were doing $5 for a gift, but you don't gotta. It's towards the end, so go ahead. Holy shit, you are not kidding. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. We got to hear this. Well, there's no noise right now, so I guess we're gonna wait, but this is one for the ageists. Oh no. Don't post RIP in chat. That's going to be offensive. Please do not post rest in peace. The liberals are demanding we do not post RIP in chat. That's guy who's literally looking at the Reaper phobic. No skull emojis. Keep the skull emojis out of chat. No gravestone emojis. No coffins. No vampire bats. No worms. Okay? None of those. Keep them out of chat, everybody. Let's keep it clean. Yes, we're banning the word Reaper. We will now be using a more politically correct term, the Harvestman. Okay? Let's continue. Let's see what they have to say here. No, no, ghosts, get him out of chat. Coffins, ghosts, skulls, get him out of chat. No, no.
And that's a wrap. The first presidential debate of the 2024 election cycle is in the books. President Biden and former President Trump addressing several issues tonight with moderators Jake Tapper and Dana Bash: the economy, immigration, foreign policy.
Fake ass. I actually have to avoid saying that word because that'll get me demonetized. Fake ass T. Thank you so much. And yes, I can see the name of the GIF. We will put that one on right away. Thank you very much. Red Cactus also. Thank you very, very, very much. Oh my God. A-Pillow, you're not kidding. Holy shit. Oh my God. We're going to have to look at all of this. Oh my God. Is it over? Is it so over? Is it actually so over? Holy moly, this is crazy. It might be so over. We're gonna have to see this. I didn't expect this. Oh my God, oh my God. It might be Jover. We're gonna have to look into this ASAP. Let's get to this. We gotta make good time, but I gotta get these things up here because you are so kindly donating to our beautiful work of art before it's over. We might be looking, we might be witnessing an unprecedented event. Here we go, there we go. Excellent, thank you all so very much. Let's continue, let's continue.
And abortion, among others. C-SPAN's coverage continues tonight of the first presidential debate. A look now inside the spin room, live coverage where surrogates for the candidates are now will start talking to reporters to give their analysis of the evening. C-SPAN's cameras are, of course, there on the ground. And
are they going to run Hillary again? Unironically, I don't. That's a tough call, but a part of me thinks Hillary might actually do better.
Bringing you highlights from there for the next hour or so. We will also take your calls until midnight tonight, and at that point, then we will re-air tonight's debate in its entirety. We want to hear from you first, though. What's your reaction to tonight's debate? What did the candidates say that resonated with you? What did you want to hear that you didn't hear?
Xerox, thank you so very much. We're going to get that right up in there. Thank you very much, Xerox. Thank you so much.
This way, if you're supporting President Biden, call in at 202-748-8920. If you support the former president, your line tonight is 202-748-8921. If you're undecided, still undecided, after tonight's debate, call in at 202-748-8922. And if you've decided to support a third-party candidate, you can call us at 202-748-8923. Remember, you can join the conversation on X with the handle @CSPAN, also on Facebook.com/CSPAN, or you can text us with your first name, city, and state to 202-748-8903. The calls are in. Angie in Canton.
Oh my God, the post-debate poll. The post-debate poll has Biden getting destroyed.
Ohio, supporting the former president. Angie, you are up first. What is your reaction to tonight's debate? Angie?
So wait, hold on a second. Who said that they talk about this on here? This is on C-SPAN. Do they discuss do they discuss asking him to step down on the C-SPAN one, or is it on the CNN one? Because we're watching the C-SPAN one. Oh, here we go. CNN pundits do? Can I get a link on that? We got to stop the C-SPAN one and we got to move over. Can anybody send me a link to the CNN one? I have a bunch of these to watch. No, I got your links. I got your links. A-Pillow, I got yours. So is Van Jones? Okay. Hold on, we got to get to this. This is deranged. Okay. So here's CBS. Okay, let's do the CBS one. This was the first one I received.
Officials who hold office in the Democratic Party saying tonight about President Biden's performance.
There are at least some House Democrats who were gathered tonight watching this together, talking to the White House about having him step down. That's how bad it was in their view.
Oh my God. That's CBS? All right, this is Van Jones. Let's hear Van Jones from CNN.
Consider we're going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, but we're going
wow.
to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there.
Wow. Here's the start of the CNN one. All right, let's listen in on the CNN one. I want to hear this. Is it going to work? Let's see. That link actually didn't work. I wish I could see what the timestamp actually was. It's because it's no longer live. So hold on, let's go to the end of the debate and let's see where the commentary comes in. Oh, I don't see it there. Okay. 2:12:41. Okay. That's not even visible on this one. What is going on here? This is a little bit busted, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it looks like they cut it. This one only goes to 138. Okay, so that link is not going to work. We're going to try and get some other ones on here. So we got Van Jones. Here's CBS again. Here is CNN with Harris. Link talking about an open convention. Oh my God, this might be a watershed moment. This is bad. This is really bad. Hey, can I just say, have I not been talking about this for a really long time? You found the CNN one? Thank you. Here we go. Here we go.
The president and former president making their way off the CNN debate stage. Looks like Jill Biden, the first lady, has come out. Former President Trump walking off the stage. The first debate of the 2024 campaign and the earliest presidential debate ever now in the books and in front of the voters. Tonight, along with Aaron Burnett, the first word on what those voters might make of it from our political professionals, from our CNN Flash Poll and Swing State Focus Group. We'll be talking to surrogates, including Vice President Harris, getting fact checks from our Daniel Dale and new reporting from inside both campaigns. With me here, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, Kate Bedingfield, David Urban, Van Jones, Alyssa Farr Griffin, and Newsnight anchor Abby Phillip, and David Axelrod, and CNN Chief National Correspondent John King. John, let me start with you. Your thoughts.
Anderson, this was a game-changing debate in the sense that right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists. It involves elected officials. It involves fundraising.
Holy shit. It is so motherfucking over. Oh my God.
And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates. Let me be clear. None of them, and a lot of Republicans, don't think Donald Trump had a great night. Donald Trump broke the fact-check machine more than I can count tonight. That will be on the record as we go forward. He refused to answer some very specific and direct questions about his conduct, about January 6th and what all. So that will be dealt with out there. And sometimes there's a parallel universe.
By the way, This is a giant moment for Biden cells to finally face the music. We all have been sitting here getting gaslit by Biden cells. Have we not witnessed it? Have you not seen in this very chat the gaslighting by Biden cells? These people who have been saying, no, it's fine, you just want Trump to win. If you say this guy's fumbling the bag so bad, and now it's taken this. It should have never gotten to this point. The first primary debate being a disaster to this degree should have never gotten here. This is gonna damage the Democrats. Even if they decide to course correct now and run somebody else, this is gonna hang over them. Biden cells exist. You have no idea how many Biden cells actually exist. You guys don't understand. When I made videos criticizing Joe Biden, okay? And I'm a lefty, and I'm a very vocal, not anti-election lefty. I tell people it's good to vote. I say that in every one of my videos. But when I made videos criticizing Biden, people unsubscribed from my channel. I'm not kidding you. We took subscriber hits because I said, guys, Joe Biden is struggling against Trump, and it's his own fault. People told me that they would take, I'm not joking, I showed this on my stream. You can go back and verify it. In fact, I have it on my Twitter. Let me just get it right here. I'll read you what they said, okay? Let me just tell you what people said to me. It's gonna take me a second just to scroll back here. 1 second. Here we go. Here, let me show you. I'll clear everything off for just a second. Actually, we'll just do this. This is the easiest way. Right here. So here we go. So I said, I get tired of the salivating, self-assured hatred of liberals. Can't wait for the other guy to put you in a camp since you criticized our guy's mad fumble. That was me paraphrasing a number of comments I received on my videos criticizing Joe Biden and telling people that he was damaging the Democrats' own chances. I explicitly was advocating that I hope that the Democrats win because I don't like Trump. And what I got in response was this type of stuff. I got multiple comments like this. Let me just show you this comment real quick that I got. You don't believe in incrementalism and voting for lesser evils. When fascism happens, you will be the first against the wall, and a lot of us will take small pleasure in that. We'll take a small pleasure in that. If you're not going to at least try and preserve democracy, we'll happily relish in your destruction. Okay? So this is the shit that me and people like me have been subjected to for pointing out the obvious fact that Joe Biden is a giant goddamn disaster. Let's continue, shall we? Let's continue to see the Dems desperately and too late facing the music.
Between the political elites and the American people, it'd be nice to see what the voters say. But I can tell you, it started minutes in. It started with the first couple of answers, and it has continued throughout the night from a, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, to what do we do about this? And it involves very senior people in the Democratic Party, including elected officials, saying we have a problem.
And just to co-sign what John is saying, I mean, the panic that I am hearing from Democrats is not like anything that I have heard in this campaign so far. And a lot of it has to do with, first of all, there was a deep frustration about Trump's lies. I mean, he lied a lot tonight. But the problem for Biden was that Trump was able to take sometimes incredible falsehoods and turn them into some kind of argument, whereas Biden's answers were, in a lot of cases, not coherent, deeply problematic, that he was not able to take pretty straightforward answers and answer them to the American public, and then also at some points bringing things up that teed up Trump attacks. So there's a real concern here tonight that there's been some real damage done that cannot be undone.
Arkanon says, Tier 1, I did a debate drinking game with my buddies. Nothing can bring back my liver nor take away my black pill on Biden. Oh, being black pilled on Biden is fine, but I hope that I can cure your black pill by the end of this. Trust me, give it time. I'm sorry about your liver. Thank you for supporting the show.
Biden solidified the perception among voters, but especially among his base. They were hoping that tonight would be a game changer. They are now seeing a president who is in the White House, who they do not necessarily believe can do this for another 4 years.
David Axelrod?
Look, I can't argue with either of them about how Democratic leaders are reacting to this poll. We said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal. And for Biden, that goal was to appear energetic, engaged, and look like someone who is capable of serving for another 4 years for president. That was job number one. I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think if you just judge this on sort of policy stuff, he did score a bunch of points on it.
Oh my God, why is he so wet? Oh, you guys actually can't see this. I'll narrate this for you. This guy's shoulder is soaking wet. Like as in, like there's splotches of water spilled all over his shoulder. I don't know if it's sweat. Maybe it's like he was wiping his sweat off. Oh, the sweat. Oh, yuck! You can actually see it dripping off of his comb over. Oh, dude, no. Oh, man. Here, let me show you. Look, you can see it dripping off his comb over. Look closely. Right over there. And you can see the drips coming off his comb over. Dude, bro. Ew, man. That's bad. Okay, that right there is the proof that this is a real deal. The fact that the CNN anchors are literally dripping sweat from their comb over and soaking their little tuxedo, their little suit jacket blazers. Not tuxedos. That's the wrong word. That's actually crazy. Listen, we all get sweaty, okay? You all have seen me sweaty as hell in my little home studio. But these guys are pros, okay? These guys have giant air-conditioned studios. This has got to be real bad.
Issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic issues. But there is a feeling, I think there was a sense of shock, actually, at how he came out at the beginning of this debate, how his voice sounded. He seemed a little disoriented. He did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in, and I think you're going to hear discussions that I don't know will lead to anything, but there are going to be discussions about whether he should continue. And I think part of it is Donald Trump did not meet his mission either. He could not resist the temptation to be nasty, to prevaricate about a whole.
Yeah, but that's what people like that about Trump. Trump being catty and sarcastic and kind of funny at times is what people like about Trump. That's not like, he doesn't need to appear more professional. What he needed to do was mix up his message a little bit. For tonight to be a success for Trump, he needed to show something fresh. Trump had a huge cultural impact in 2016 because Trump came onto the stage with saying things that no presidential candidate had ever done. He gave his people who were interested in him the idea that he was a new guy. Anyway, let's continue. Can't get hung up.
About his own record, about Biden's record, and to see.
Bonks Daily with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, Bonks. I think I'd rather be in a field somewhere in 1900s Russia. Sure, there's a plague, but the Gorkon is looking like a nice swim compared to this. True! True!
Petty and small at times. So what you saw was a candidate who's deeply vulnerable and a president who may not be able to take advantage of it.
Listen, if anybody in America thinks that was even close to being an okay debate by Joe Biden, I'm living in a parallel universe. That was an unmitigated disaster for President Biden from the second he walked out to the closing statement.
This guy is a Republican strategist, by the way, but unfortunately, he's 100% right. He's just kind of correct. It wasn't, I said that the whole time. This is a fucking unmitigated disaster. Moonbeast, thank you so much. We're going to get that right up there now. Thank you so much. I'm saving all these links, A-Pillow. We're going to go over all of them.
Biggest issue for Democrats is abortion, and he couldn't give an answer.
True! Holy shit, he's right! This Republican strategist is actually correct. What the fuck? That's what I said.
Even answer he couldn't even give a coherent answer on the biggest issue for Democrats tonight. I've heard from leading Democrats across the United States, elected governors, congressmen, who are texting me and saying, I'm worried I'm going to lose if Joe Biden's at the top of the ticket. Bob Casey, I promise you tonight, in the state of Pennsylvania, is thrown up in his mouth because he knows that if he's got to stand next to Joe Biden, he's going down in Pennsylvania.
Yep. True. This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
If he's on the ticket, I don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah, look, it was a really disappointing debate performance from Joe Biden. I don't think there's any other way to slice it. His biggest issue that he had to prove to the American people was that he had the energy, he had the stamina, and he didn't do that. And so I think that is of concern, and I think for a lot of Democrats, that's very disappointing. I will say Donald Trump also had
true. The Bateman gif is absolutely on point right now.
Some really rough moments in this debate, and talking to the Biden campaign, they say their dials started really moving away from Trump as he was increasing his personal attacks on Biden. So I think there was a lot about his kind of character and the kind of personal nastiness that he was putting on display, that doesn't help him with the swing voters that he needs. And I also think you saw him continue to get sort of more and more animated across the course of the debate and, give some really problematic answers about January 6th, some really problematic answers about Putin. So, Donald Trump did not get off scot-free tonight by any stretch. But look, there is no two ways about it. That was not a good debate for Joe Biden.
Ben? That was painful. I love Joe Biden. I work for Joe Biden. He didn't do well at all.
Oh, man. This is the full Van Jones segment. Oh, my God. It is Jover. It is Jover.
He did not do well at all. And he looked,
Can we just acknowledge my divine wisdom in choosing, once again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but can we acknowledge my divine wisdom in deciding to put that overlay of Dale Cooper at the very beginning of all of this?
give you the analysis, you kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I'm just...
he's like actually got his voice is shaky. I saw one of the tweets said that he cried, but he sounds like he's like, oh my God, it's over for me.
When I speak from my heart, I love that guy. That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not
Good
just
night, Danny,
panic,
and thank
it's pain for what we saw tonight.
And if I may just add...
Wow. Wow.
Add to that, I think Joe Biden lost in the first 3 minutes. I think a lot of voters probably tuned out, and millions of people are having conversations with their families, with their friends, of if the president is up to the task and if he should step aside. And I'm someone who believes the former president is a threat to democracy. I think he is a threat to the America as we know it. He wants to fundamentally change our institutions. He has laid out what his plan is. I am not confident that that is the man to take him on. You cannot tell me democracy is on the line and then give that performance tonight.
That's what I said. I've been saying that since January. No, since before January. Do you guys remember me saying that the messaging that democracy is on the line, and then Joe Biden can't even acknowledge that he's alienating people? Oh my God. It's like these people, these Democrat CNN people are cribbing my goddamn lines. That's how you know, by the way, that it's the era of Demon Mama. The Biden cells and everyone who's been unbelievably cruel, the people who have gaslit this community, Now they must know that our time has come, that our words were there before theirs. We saw this shit coming hardcore. We articulated it in detail. It's not just like I was some Biden hater just being like, oh, I don't like Joe Biden. I described these exact things, and I warned that there would be a moment like this. Unbelievable. It's the era of the imp, for real.
Based on that, in 18 weeks, Donald Trump will be the president-elect.
The people doing focus groups tonight, and we'll see if our style group with Laura Coates confirms this, say that Biden actually scores pretty well on the issues when he's talking about the substance. And Trump's numbers went down both because he was ducking questions, he was lying about some things, and he was refusing to answer. And some of it was the tone. They don't like him. So when you see that, when you see sort of the statistics, you're going to look at like, oh, that's a mixed bag. But to Vance's point about the president's performance, that's what caused the panic. So the question is, and my question actually is, what happens? Because to it's a great political strength of Joe Biden is his resilience and his stubbornness. It's also sometimes a blind spot because he is so stubborn. It's going to be very hard to someone, and I don't know who it is, who could go to Joe Biden and say, you need to do this, number one. And the question is, again, like, I'm just telling you, to Abby's point, I've been doing this for 30-something years, going on 40 years, and I have never, ever had what happened on this thing tonight happen in the middle of a debate. It started early, and it continued. And to Van's point, Van made a very important point. These are people who love Joe Biden, who credit Joe Biden for kicking Donald Trump out of the White House. They're Democrats. The Democratic Party is a very diverse party. It fights about a lot of...
Clover, thank you very, very much. And absolutely, I'll put this up right now. Oh my God, you are 100% right. The Democratic Party right now is this next gift.
Things. It has generational issues, it's had regional issues and everything else. The thing that unites the Democratic Party is trying to keep Donald Trump from getting back into the White House. They love Joe Biden for kicking him out. They don't want him back. They came into this debate nervous that Biden was in a weak position. They leave this debate panicked.
John, if you love the guy, how could you put him out there? If you love him, if you love Joe Biden.
This is the oh no, the Republican! This is what we knew Republicans were going to be able to do. If you care about the guy, why'd you do this? Why did it take you to this point? And he's right. Unfortunately, he's right. Oh, God. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. That is the entirety of the Democratic Party right now. Delphina with the unbelievably generous $15 super chat. Oh my God. Delphina, wow, you already got 4 likes on that. Damn. Delphina says, this is my first time watching you and I absolutely love your vibes. Thank you for the righteous fury and unkillable combo energy right now. Needed it bad. Hope you take care of yourself after this, too. Oh, this is an obscene and absurd watch, but I don't feel depressed or doomer at all. We're going to talk about this in a moment once we're through with the reaction portion. We're going to have a discussion, but I want you to know I feel zero doom and I feel none of that. I feel absolutely no doom. The doom that I felt was earlier when I realized that that the worst doom that I felt in recent memory was during the latter half of October, when I realized that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party were going to functionally run on genocide. That was the part where I felt like very doomy, but I got over it and pushed through it with a lot of thought. And since then, this has been exactly what I've been talking about. In fact, this moment is perhaps the most important moment we've seen in politics in a long time, because it is the finally, and it came too late, but it's finally a wake-up call for these people. It seems like nothing else could wake them up. Genocide Joe, his numbers tanking everywhere, the polling about his age, nothing could wake them up. But this seems, and we can only hope that this has woken them up in time. I don't know that it has, but we can only hope that. Anyway, Delphina, thank you very, very much. We're going to talk about this a lot more in a minute. Let's finish what we're watching.
Biden, if that was my father, You don't put a guy in that
Well,
situation.
It's a great point. These guys.
Seriously joking with the $10 super chat. We all lose. True. But only insofar as the state of the world, the portion of the world that we can't control anyway, has moved in a difficult direction. For people like myself, and for people like you all out there, we're simply watching. We've climbed up on a hill and we are observing the weather as it comes to us. None of us in this chat that I know of are high-level, high-ranking Democratic advisors who have the ear of the president. We are functionally everyday average people. And my politics, as far as I can go with my little platform here as an entertainer on the internet, my platform has always been to try and encourage people to find power among themselves, with one another, by building robust networks of solidarity, by helping each other in tangible and meaningful ways, making their lives better so that we can survive and so that we can impact the world in real ways beyond the endless churn of the democratic machine. The electoralist democratic machine has a tendency of chewing people up and spitting them out. And what I mean by that is that they convince people that if you give them your money, your time, your energy, that the world will be better. But this proves, ultimately, that that's not how it works, and that people actually have to be choosy with their time and their energy, that they should put it towards things that matter, and that they shouldn't buy, bald-faced buy the lies that are offered by a machine that has more money than you can ever imagine. That people have to be more thoughtful about their politics and how they truly impact the world. So in a certain way, yes, we do all lose, because right now, the likelihood of Donald Trump becoming president and America getting even worse for most everyone, that likelihood has increased. But we don't all lose in the sense that now it can be a moment of awakening for people, where people realize the politics that matter is the politics they can actually do, the politics they can actually participate in, not the myths and the lies of a hyper-nationalist, fascistic-leaning machine that wants you to subsume yourself, your community, the people that you love into their meat grinder. Another bored person says, can you add the "We Taught a Lion to Eat Tofu" gif from Futurama? I feel it's pretty appropriate to the situation. I don't know that gif, but if you send it to me, another bored person, or if somebody else sends it to me, I'll add it since you gave a donation. Thank you very, very much. Seriously joking with the $20. Demon Mama for president. Unfortunately, I cannot accept the role of president, as it would limit my position as a divine. But thank you very, very much, truly. Thank you so much for that incredibly generous $20 super chat. Seriously, thank you so much. Al the Healer, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Thank you so very much. Let's continue.
Know this better. These guys know this better because they talk to them. There's this legacy in the Democratic Party. You don't challenge the incumbent because when it's happened in the past, they haven't beaten the incumbent, and then the incumbent has lost the general election.
It was actually Donald Trump that helped make Joe Biden the nominee, because there was a feeling that if there were a primary, that would weaken, that Biden would probably win, but it would weaken him in a general election. And so there were people who could have run and didn't run, because the history of that is bad. The point is now he is the nominee of the Democratic Party. This isn't the 60s, okay? Vote.
Comrade Girl 2018 says, with the $5, thank you very much, says, I wasn't worried until October 7th. Now I'm fucking scared. I'm almost in doom territory. I'm worried for our people. We'll talk about this in just a minute. I'll clear all the gifts up and we'll have a serious conversation, but we got to get through this. I promise I'll address that. Thank you. Irrescinded Kitten with the $5. Thank you very, very much. As well, I will address that question in full in a minute. Irrescinded Kitten says, your coverage has been awesome. However, what can we do to prepare no matter what happens in November? We're going to get right there. Let's continue.
Voters choose the nominee. He is the nominee. Only he can decide whether he's going to continue. And as you point out, and as Kate knows very well, this is a guy with a lot of pride and who believes in himself. And the idea that he's going to say, you know what, I had a bad debate, I think I'm going to walk away from this, I find it hard to believe.
Okay, so that's that. So that's the CNN one. Let's see what other options we've got here. This is from, here we go. Let's hear this one.
And a slight
Let's hear this. This is from MSNBC. Let's hear MSNBC.
cold as well. So I understand not feeling well. And, obviously Joe Biden comes in with certain deficits. He has a stutter. It is more difficult for him to communicate for that reason. So there's a lot to mitigate the way that he speaks, and you can understand it. And we've observed him for a long time. That said, I too was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives.
Oh, man, it's got to be bad. It is truly a full panic.
With campaign operatives, my phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting with me were very concerned about President Biden seeming extremely feeble, seeming extremely weak. And I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. President Biden had one job tonight, and it was one primary job. And yes, it was to litigate Donald Trump's, criminality and all of those things. But he had to settle his own party. Mm-hmm. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats.
All right, Arlo, chill. Seriously. You got one warning.
Democrats are always panicking. Yes, Democrats are always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always...
Femboyo with the $10 super chat, and the first super chat ever on a stream ever. Thank you so much, Femboyo. Hopefully we can channel all trans femme magic into making Biden step down. Here's hoping, but Joe Biden is his own agent.
Thinking they're going to lose. Like, Democrats are very pessimistic. This is just
neurotic.
Who they are. They're neurotic. But Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his party, to make them feel that, yes, I can do this. I have 4 more years in me. I have the ability and the stamina and the strength to do 4 more years. He did not do that. He did the opposite of that. He made them more panicked. Mm-hmm. The people who were texting me were even more panicked. They actually expected it to be better than it was. And now they're in I won't say a full-fledged panic, but it's getting there.
And are people that you're talking to who are expressing these concerns, are these people who are involved in Democratic politics, or
Yes.
are these liberals watching TV?
These are not liberals watching TV. These are campaign people. These are people who are either...
Thank you once again, seriously, joking, and true.
Democratic operatives. These are people who were former, sort of
True.
Obama world administration people. These are people who are in the business.
Okay.
So the civilians are also panicking. They're also texting me, but I was trying to kind of ignore the civilians and really talk to the campaign folks.
Bro, Democrat moment. Referring to yourself as... MSNBC people are so goddamn cringe. Referring to yourself as a political commentator, as like other people as civilians, and yourself as if you're like a military combatant is the biggest cringe thing I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life. There are times where I feel like self-conscious about being a political streamer at all. Like being like, isn't streaming like kind of fundamentally goofy and entertaining? And maybe politics streaming is in and of itself like a little bit goofy to do. And then I remember that this is what like 2-bit journalists on MSNBC think of themselves. They literally think of themselves as like a separate warrior caste, and they refer to other people as civilians. And then they go, I was trying to ignore the civilians. Oh my God, this is so goddamn embarrassing. Those of us out here who have been listening to like everyday average people instead of huffing Democratic fucking fumes, we all know that Joe has been bombing it. And maybe if they spent less time listening to their dumbass political analyst moron friends and instead listened to those everyday average people, the civilians, quote unquote, they would have seen this coming in advance. So trashy.
People are, they're worried, and there is, it's not a full drumbeat yet, but there is talk of, look, here's the thing. I know a lot of politicians. I just happen to know a lot of them at a lot of levels. They all believe that they have a unique ability to run the race that they passionately want to run. And I know for a fact that Joe Biden passionately believes that he is the only person who can beat Donald Trump, and he has evidence of it because he did it before.
Right.
He knows that he has certain demographic strengths that Donald Trump cannot counter. He is the real working class white guy that's actually Donald Trump's base, so he knows how to talk to them. He believes that he is the only person that can do it.
Bro. Oh, true. It would be great to get the check-in on the liberal earlier. Oh, yeah, but why? Oh, god damn it. But Marissa got muted for fighting with a mod. God damn it. That would have been so funny. It would have been so interesting to see how it would go from here. Oh, man, that would have been a real... whatever.
The problem is, after tonight, his party doesn't believe that.
I want to hear... There'll be others. There will be others. Okay. Wow. We are getting... Oh, here we go. Here's Kamala Harris. Let's hear Kamala Harris.
John King has
Okay. Let's hear Kamala Harris.
described a panic inside the Democratic.
Why is she... Oh, my God. I got to show you this real quick. Kamala Harris is wearing all black. Terrible decision. Terrible, 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 terrible decision. Why would she wear funeral clothing? Oh no! What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Ah!
Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president.
Oh my God, she is shaky too. So we got Anderson Cooper directly asking the VP, voicing that people are saying that Joe Biden needs to resign, and Kamala responds with the shakiest voice ever. It is Jover. It is so beyond Jover. This is the most Jover it's ever been. I can't believe we're witnessing this.
Making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became...
No, she's coping! She's mad coping!
Very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people.
Arlo says, how can I have hope in this situation? Give me a cope infusion stat. I refuse a cope infusion. Instead, in just a moment, we will wipe clean the slate of all of our gifts, and I will give you a real hope infusion.
On substance, on policy, on performance, Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
on
that
substance and policy and performance tonight, I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was...
Okay, gotta say, the absolute spine and or ambient pressure that it takes to get to the point where you interrupt the vice president to be like, I'm sorry, but you're lying to me right now. Stop fucking no cap right now. Holy shit.
Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
on
cannot
substance
be
and
debated.
policy and performance tonight, I mean, the president's performance tonight clearly was disappointing for his supporters. CNN is reporting Democratic lawmakers watching the debate were worried about the president's performance. One said it was a disaster. Another called it a train wreck. Those are Democrats especially worried that Biden did not punch back on Trump's lies.
Everyone, I regret to inform you, Joe Biden has lost the mandate of heaven. One moment, behold, Jeff Tiedrich. Jeff Tiedrich says, what the fuck did I just watch? You lost Jeff Tiedrich. quite literally, this is like, unironically, this is like an et tu Brute moment. Et tu, Jeff? Jeff Tiedrick, the Joe Biden rides in on his bicycle, flips a water bottle and says, "Sup, motherfuckers." That guy has turned on Joe Biden. Fake ass T, thank you so very, very, very much. Thank you very much. We're going to get that right up on there for you.
Listen, people can debate on style points, but ultimately this election and who is the president of the United States has...
Style points! Kamala, he lost his train of thought in the middle of one of his most important issues and couldn't get it back. They had to stop him from talking because he couldn't find himself. It's not style points. It's over. Can you send me a different link there, Uncle Gumball, or a screenshot? I can't actually open that easily right now. Holy God, it is so... This is a disaster. Got that one up there for you, fake ass T. Right there. Bam. Let's get that one up. True, this is the Joe Biden moment right here.
To be about substance, and the contrast is clear. Look at what happened during the course of the debate. Donald Trump lied over and over and over again, as he is wont to do. He would not disavow what happened on January 6th. He would not give a clear answer on whether he would stand by the election results this November.
Wow.
And John King.
Oh my God. We can't see these easily. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's anything else I need to watch. We saw that one already. Wait, no, we didn't. Shit, why did I close that? Hold on. We didn't watch this one yet. Let's do this one. And then we're going to move to the next section.
That said, I too was on the phone throughout much of the debate.
Oh, yeah, we did see this one. This was the civvies clip. This was the civvies. Okay, let's see if there's any others we need to see. These are articles. This is David Pakman. All right, let's hear, that's a long clip. Okay, let's see what David Pakman had to say. All right, let's hear David Pakman. Oh no, oh God, that's so sad. Sam and Emma from Majority Report just looking destroyed. God, that's depressing. Smoothie with the 279 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Smoothie says, just joined. What the hell is going on? We have witnessed a crumbling of the Democratic order. I truly mean that. Joe Biden performed in a public debate on international television so poorly that the entire Democratic Party is in a complete panic right now, and they are not on board with their messaging. It is a disaster, and we are witnessing it in real time. If you're asking what's going on the screen, accept the flow. What you are witnessing is the primordial chaos being shaped by someone who knows the secret arts to protect you. Okay? This debate was damn near unwatchable, and yet nearly 400 people successfully made it through the debate and also had a fairly good time, despite it being one of the most obscene and disgusting debates of all time. That is what my type of unique magic can bring to you. That's what's going on. All right, let's see. Let's hear what Pacman says, and then we're going to move on to my section where we're going to clear off all of the GIFs, and we'll go from there.
Well, the first presidential debate of 2024 between failed former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden is over. And I have to tell you, it was not good. And I don't think it was good for either candidate. Now, I know that this is going to be displeasing to some in my audience. This is a left-wing show. I'm voting for Joe Biden. He's the better choice. But if I came here and told you that it was a great performance by President Biden, not only would I be lying to you, you would then justifiably never trust me again. I call it the way I see it. And for Trump's side, he told endless corrosive lies, a total lack of fact-checking, combined with Joe Biden seeming confused. The second Joe Biden opened his mouth, I knew it wasn't going to go well. Muting the mics was a good idea, I'll be honest. But the debate kind of made me sick to my stomach because Trump was confidently lying about everything. And because of Biden's poor performance, I worry that this is a very significant net negative for Joe Biden. I was planning to, after the live stream that I did, have some of my beautiful stuffed shells with Rayo's marinara, ricotta basil during the debate. It was tough to do. Biden didn't look good. I'm voting for the guy, but
I'm sorry, what did he just say? Was that an ad? Or was he talking about his partner or something?
I don't know how the debate won anybody over new to Joe Biden. It was close to a worst case scenario. I can assure you Biden was on no drugs, that's for sure. By the way, Trump's pupils 2 or 3 times.
You don't know that. That's the worst part about this. You definitely don't know that. That might have been Joe Biden on the drugs, which is an even more horrifying and also likely thought. You're telling me they didn't roll him, they didn't amp him up before they went out? The reality is that even with the drugs, this is Joe Biden. And the rest of us who haven't been completely lost in a Biden cell copium haze, those of us who haven't been buying dark Brandon merch have seen this for a very long time. This is not new. Once again, I reiterate that we have been making articulated, evidenced arguments against Joe Biden, and people told us that, oh, you just want Trump to win. Come on.
Times as big as Joe Biden's and rampant.
All right, I've had enough of Pacman for now. It's sad too because back in 2016, I called in to David Pacman's show to talk about, specifically, I called in to talk about how dangerous for trans people I thought that Donald Trump was. That was the night that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. You can go actually find it. You can listen to my old, unpracticed, before I had learned to be a streamer at all, or anything like that. It was long before I even dreamed of being a streamer. I just called in as a normal person. And I called in to talk about that and hopefully inform his audience. But I have to say, David Pacman has been he's been one of the people on the train for Biden. But at least now he's able to acknowledge it. I'm happy to see that he's able to acknowledge it. The comments here are not in favor of Biden. People are mad about the fact checking. All right, everybody. I think it's time. Oh, of course, I'll get that there. Sorry, another board person. I don't know why I didn't get the links. We taught a lion to... Okay, let me get this up here. Since you donated, you deserve to have it up here. Okay? We're going to get the last GIF of the night up. Then we're going to wipe it, and then we're going to have a big conversation. Oh no, it's not a GIF. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's an MP4. It's not an actual GIF. Oh, painful. Okay, hold on. To make it better, I'll show it to the chat just so that I honor on it, even though it's not a GIF. Okay? I'll show it to the chat because you deserve to have yours shown. You did donate, but I'm not gonna. I can't go convert it right now. Okay, everybody, here we go. Hold on. We taught a lion to eat tofu. True. We taught a 74-year-old man to debate. Cough, cough. There, now it's functionally on there. Okay, everybody. Okay, here's what we need to do, all right? Take your screenshots now. Everybody, take your screenshots. Because momentarily, we are going to wipe it all clean. All right? All right? See? Witness? Everybody are you getting your screenshots? At the end, I always ask everybody, get your final screenshot, okay? Here, I'll even make a nice pose for you. Yep, this is like the sand mandala. Are we ready? Jesus Christ, the maximalism is almost biblically accurate in terms of how scary it is. Get your screenshots. This is your last chance, okay? In 5 seconds, we're going to wipe the mandala clean. Okay, everybody. Together, we made it through. The VOD's still going to be up? Of course, of course. You can go get the VOD stuff. I'm not taking down the VOD. Of course not. Ready? One by one. Holy moly, we added so many tonight. Obviously, I juiced it a little bit at the beginning. And by juiced it, I mean I got the ball rolling because we had to, because I didn't know that that's what we were going to do. Also, we didn't get a copyright strike because we completely and wholly transformed this, both with commentary and visually. But I think that's a good thing. Isn't it soothing to know that in the end, we did it? Why are there still those two? Oh, those were at the top. And now even you, Dale Cooper. Goodbye, Dale. Thanks for all the coffee. I appreciate the maximalism, otherwise this would not have been bearable. True. Maximalism is a great format for this kind of thing. Thank you. What a soothing ritual, right? What a soothing, just wiping it all clean together. It works though, doesn't it, right? We actually had some very cutting and interesting political commentary while having a wild time. I feel like that was a phenomenal, and I did not plan a Maximalism stream tonight. I didn't even plan to do the debate because I forgot the date, but I carried you through nonetheless. Shall we put on a little tune and then we'll talk about everything? Because I want to talk about things, but I also want us to like, maybe we should have a little vibe for a second. It's all right. I know you are, Arlo. That's why I tell you to take it easy sometimes. You got to remember there is a bigger picture. Here we go. I got a song for us real quick. Just a little quick one. All right? Don't worry, Baphomet. We're not doing that yet. Don't dip out yet. We're not talking about that yet. We have to talk about the president. Documentary over. Up next, Demon Mama reacts to Demon Mama. No, we're gonna actually talk about everything. Damn, this track is so beautiful, isn't it? It's gonna be probably late July, MJ Ramy. This is the Regal Ancestor Spirit theme from Elden Ring. If you want to email me about it, MJ Ramy, I might set up another call, but it's just how it goes. All right, everybody. We're gonna call that song there. All right, everybody. We ready? We ready? Let's talk about this. My lovely imps. For those of you who've been watching with me live, we just witnessed a total disaster of a debate. Perhaps the worst presidential debate I've seen in my entire life. Wait, I just fucked that up. Let's just start over. Hold on a second. Let's try that again. I messed that up. Here we go. Real deal this time. My lovely, lovely imps. If you were not watching live for the debate that came just before this, if you're watching this on YouTube, what we all just witnessed together, all of us in the chat, was perhaps the worst presidential debate I've ever seen in my entire life. And I've seen quite a lot of them. The result of this debate is now echoing all across social media, all across the entire political world, as the Democratic Party, according to multiple major news sources, is in an utter panic. Joe Biden's performance was nothing short of abysmal. It was completely low energy, totally incoherent. There were multiple points in the conversation, in the debate, where he seemed to lose track of his thought completely and could not recover it. If it was not the President of the United States, it would have been genuinely sad to witness. He failed to check almost any of Donald Trump's claims. Donald Trump was lying through his teeth repeatedly and rapidly. Donald Trump was using lines that he says all the time. Nothing new came from Donald Trump. He was reciting like an NPC his old lines, but he was doing it with energy, and Joe Biden truly, truly could not keep up. In addition, Joe Biden made multiple fumbles that severely damaged him with his own base. For example, he failed to capitalize in his discussion on abortion, one of the #1 most important issues for him. Joe Biden completely failed to answer effectively with regards to abortion. He pitched himself as further right than Donald Trump on border issues, while Donald Trump was making fun of him and saying that what he did was useless and pointless, and then proceeding to be extremely racist over and over and over again. And of course, he boasted loudly his support for the genocidal war that Israel is waging against the people of Gaza. Again, I say this debate was nothing short of a disaster. And when I started reviewing this debate tonight, I predicted that it was going to be incoherent rambling and unimpressive, and that in a worst case scenario, Joe Biden would totally fail to have the energy necessary. It was worse than I could have possibly imagined. But there's a lot that I want to talk about with regard to this, because this is clearly affecting a lot of people. We have reviewed a number of clips in my full debate review from media figures all across the political spectrum, pointing out the unbelievable failures that Joe Biden engaged in. And in fact, there have now been calls for Joe Biden to step down as a presidential candidate from numerous Democratic Party commentators and political analysts and professionals. On CNN, Van Jones, who works for the Biden administration, explicitly motioned that he believes they need to change course for November, that Joe Biden cannot be the candidate. And multiple people associated with his campaign also remarked that it is unlikely that Joe Biden is going to accept this as an answer. In short, the Democratic Party is completely in crisis. This is a crisis within the Democratic Party, the likes of which we have not seen. And it's about the worst possible thing that could happen with regard to electoral politics in America. We all know that the GOP has been involved in an internal struggle. I have at times called it a civil war within the GOP. But now we are witnessing that because the Democratic Party could not manage to hear the voices of its own members, that something arguably worse than a civil war has occurred, which is a complete and utter last-minute panic that may result in Donald Trump winning the election despite all of his madness. It's a pretty bad situation to be in. Now, I have been talking about and criticizing Joe Biden from the position of somebody who does not want Trump to win. I have for the entirety of my streaming career been explicitly and vocally anti-Trump. However, I have, over the course of Joe Biden's presidency, been critical of Joe Biden, especially for the last year or so, and most especially after Israel's war against the people of Gaza began. the experience of attempting to criticize Biden in a constructive, grounded, evidenced, and articulated manner has been truly miserable for me. Okay? And I don't mean to pull like an identity card or whatever, but I am a trans woman. Okay? And the amount of abuse that I have received from liberals when I say that Joe Biden is alienating his own base, that Joe Biden's own actions are making him a dangerous candidate to go up against Donald Trump, that I have been saying that I truly wish that it would be possible to guarantee that Donald Trump would never win again because Donald Trump was a scourge to trans people. The only response that I've been able to get from liberals has been condescension and outright abuse. Sometimes getting to the point of self-proclaimed liberals going out of the way to say that they will look forward to me suffering under Trump because I criticized Biden. It's bad. There have been a lot of people criticizing Joe Biden. I'm hardly the only one, okay? But there have been an enormous amount of self-described liberals who have been nothing short of completely lost in a copium haze. People who have been going out of their way to whitewash every obvious and blistering mistake that Joe Biden makes, every obvious and evidenceable danger to his electoral campaign. There has been a true suppression campaign of trying to silence critique of Joe Biden and trying to deny everybody else's perspective that isn't basically, if you don't go in lockstep, you want Trump to win. Okay? There have been the Dark Brandon posters. There have been there have been this is, no one else stands a chance against Donald Trump. There is this is our only option. And resounding over all of it has been this repeated messaging, low energy messaging, that this is the end of democracy if Donald Trump wins. And yet, the Democratic Party and its supporters, broadly, have been completely unwilling to take seriously those stakes. Joe Biden has been suffering in polls for a long time. Joe Biden has been facing severe criticism from his own voter base for a long time, and I have talked about it. I and others have talked about this openly. A lot of people right now are suffering from this debate. A lot of politically active people. In my own chat, I've seen people expressing a sense of doomerism, a feeling of great fear, of frustration, of panic. Clearly, this is happening within the Democratic Party, but this is reaching far beyond the Democratic Party and into all sorts of affected groups. And this is the part where I'm going to change the pace of this conversation just a little bit. We've been talking about what happened. We've been talking about the fact that many people have been bringing these criticisms up in hopes that this sort of event wouldn't happen. And now we're going to talk about, what do we do now? Where do we go from here? For a very long time, I have talked about how I absolutely support and advocate for people to vote in elections, but that I don't support a politics of electoralism. And a lot of people have accused me of various things as a result of that. But moments like this are absolutely illustrative of why you should not adopt a politics that is centered around electoralism. Okay? We only have the power of a single vote when it comes to the electoral system with regard to what we can do to impact the unbelievable power of a president and his political machine, of Congress and the political machines that power Congress. There is a myth among American democracy supporters that all of us have an equal say. And we know that this is not true. We know that it's not true in the form of Citizens United, which allows corporations to spend unbelievable amounts of money influencing the public, spreading misinformation, or obfuscating truths, or just hiring more people to get out and make sure that people know that there's a name out there. We know that this is not true in the form of the Electoral College, and we know that this is not true in the form of various types of voter suppression. Everything from aggressive voter ID laws to voting roll purges, to obscene placement of polling locations that make it difficult for certain groups of people to access the polls as easily. Okay? All of this is to say that a politics that is centered around electoralism is a politics that almost guarantees a state of doomerism. It is a illusory politics that encourages you to be disempowered in the name of trusting a plan. You're trusting the plan of the Democratic Party. But here on this channel, I have not advocated for that type of politics. And I won't going forward either. I'm going to continue to advocate what I have always advocated. And the reason why, even watching this debate, while I am surprised by the fallout, I don't feel a single drop of doom or blackpilling or anything like that. And I don't think you should either, frankly. This system that we live under, tied in and ruled by the economic system of capitalism, is designed to disempower people to the greatest degree with plausible deniability. We have always been disempowered from the powers that be. We are not the powers that be. I am not president. I am not a representative. There is no chance. There are machines that are in place to prevent someone like me from getting into those positions. Not just on a level of identity, mind you, though that is certainly a big part of it. There are mechanisms that are designed to filter out people who do not play the game the right way, who do not do things the right way. And even if those people manage to squeak into office, somebody like a Bernie, for example, there are mechanisms at play to disempower those people. So what you get is a process of incredible investment of personal energy and life for questionable returns. However, we actually do have quite a lot of political power. It just doesn't look like the myth of American democracy. We have talents, skills, knowledge. We have networks of people that we can impact. We can change the world with our own actions. And I don't mean just by, volunteering to door knock. I mean in very real ways. Right now, as an example, there is a unbelievable culture war being waged against trans people. There are states in this country that, despite all of our best well wishes, have gone very deep into the far right, which have become obsessed with trans people, and they are beginning to implement laws by hook or by crook that impact the rights and safety of trans people. We can change the future of the world by aiming to personally interpersonally, and communally help people who are trapped in those places and either make sure that they stay alive or make sure they get somewhere safe. We can participate in building networks of social connection whereby people aren't left on their own, whereby people can find a way together by helping each other, by talking to one another, by encouraging one another, by providing resources to one another, by which those people who might otherwise disappear, who might otherwise fall down and become sick and fall through the cracks, can be saved and can continue to go on, can continue to live on another day. Our actions can do that, and those actions have downstream impact, the likes of which we can barely even begin to predict. There are points in my life. I only started streaming in the beginning of 2020. When I was in a pinch back in 2018, and I reached out to friends and asked them for help because me and mine needed to get to safety, and they helped me. They could have never known, and I could have never known, that a few years down the line, I would make a show that would then have an impact on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And the same is true for everybody out there in their own way. This is what I can do. But what you all can do, you know what your skills and talents are, or you will discover them. We need people to be able to proceed on. We need people to survive, especially in a time that is desperately trying to squeeze out anybody who thinks differently than the powers that be. The purpose of a culture war is not only, a march towards the nightmare of fascism that we've seen of the past, but it is an attempt to make life unlivable for various people. There are forces of racism, forces of sexism, forces of deranged homophobia and transphobia. And the people who believe in these and partake in these beliefs, they want to build a world where it's harder for us to live. And our politics should center around countering that, around making it easier for us to live. We should focus on the actions we can actually take. And there's a lot of them that we can actually take. There is an illusion that occurs online as this sort of participation in online media consumption. It's not just online, by the way, but I'm online, so I'm going to talk about it in terms of that, which is this idea that if only we democrated better, everything would have gone differently. But we can acknowledge tonight, under no uncertain circumstances, there is no argument. The left did not make Joe Biden bungle tonight. The left did not make Joe Biden make the decisions he made living up to this debate. No one here did any of that. Joe Biden is the most powerful person in the world, and nothing any of us could do could change what he was going to do. He represents a machine, a head of a machine that is so large that none of us could hope to pilot it. It is a beast that moves of its own volition. We, being potentially at risk of being crushed by a beast, must learn how to evade, how to outlast, how to outwit that beast. One of the things that frustrates me so much about online politics in the current moment is that everyone buys into this idea that, like, we're all equal parts of the beast. But we're not. We're not equal parts of the beast. We have to survive it, and we can. We have. People have survived more vicious beasts in the past. We have to learn from them. We have to adapt that, and we are. Nothing about tonight's debate really changes anything. We all knew that Joe Biden was struggling. The only people, I guess, it's a rude awakening for libs. But we all knew that there was a chance that Donald Trump could win. We all knew that the chance that Donald Trump would win in November is going to was getting closer and closer. The polls have been showing for months now that Joe Biden has been struggling. We all knew that despite all of our best efforts, Joe Biden and Donald Trump were doing their thing. So this doesn't really change anything at all. We have a mission going forward. We have a mission to make each other stronger. We have a mission to persist, to adapt and evolve in ways that the machine, the beast, truly cannot, okay? Which we have the ability to do. We are flexible. Even individuals of us who might be more plugged into that beastly machine. Irascended Kitten says, what if you don't have friends? Then you have a mission in front of you. Start making friends. That's your mission. Your work is cut out for you. If you don't currently have friends, you must take actions to begin to make friends, to begin to make those connections. I have a Discord, discord.gg/demonmama. So many people have connected with one another and begun actual, meaningful, actual social connections through that Discord. It's only one of many options. I made that space with the purpose of facilitating people actually forming real social connections. Not just a catch-all void where people shout things into, but a place where I continually encourage people to connect with each other and take the next step to build real social bonds. And those social bonds make us unbelievably strong. And that's not the only option. You can bond through this chat right here. You can begin to make connections here. This is just online. There are other ways offline. You can go participate in volunteering in your local community. Two of my partners have been participating locally in with one of our friends that one of my partners made through the internet, connected with somebody through the internet, and now they've all been going and volunteering, taking care of local parks. And they've been meeting other people and becoming familiar with their local environment through something as simple as waking up in the morning and going and plucking weeds. And that started as a connection that formed on twitter.com, and it evolved from there. And that has made people stronger. It's made the local environment better. That is politics. That is politics. People want you to believe that politics is just stressing over poll numbers. That politics is just, if you think about it and if you suffer enough and if you whip yourself enough about it, maybe Joe Biden will win. And when Joe Biden doesn't win because Joe Biden fucked up, it's your fault because you didn't suffer enough. You didn't give enough to the Democratic Party. That is not politics. Politics is how we exert our power in the world and how we build power together. That is politics. Politics can take the form of making sure that a friend of yours gets food. Politics can take the form of you having some resource that somebody else in need needs and making sure that it's taken care of. Politics can be you if you're out there and you have a nice loaded job and you got a little extra cash on hand, giving some of that extra cash to a trans person moving fund from a red state. That can take the shape of you giving your friend a room and making sure that they live another day. That is all politics. And I want to encourage people to truly learn the value of this politics, a truly social politics that functions by connecting people together and rebuilding networks that are aggressively broken. Okay? We in our current moment, there is an active push to divest people of real connection and instead mitigate everything through the medium of corporate-owned products. And that includes, by the way, gigantic pseudo-corporations like political parties. Irascended Kitten, that is only one option. There are many things. I cannot give solutions for every individual person, but what I can encourage you to do is to adopt a mentality that is looking at things differently. A tangible approach. Instead of getting lost in large picture questions all the time, they're important, but sometimes looking at the world around you, the networks that are there, and the lacks, the things that you are lacking, and how you can fix those things. And this analysis allows people to slowly weave a network that is very strong. I often use a analogy or a comparison to these ants. There is this type of ant that they are able to basically, by holding their legs together, they will create literal islands of ants and bridges of ants all the way from the edge of a shore into the middle of a lake, and they will build an entire ant society floating on other ants holding each other together. And we are not ants, but it illustrates the idea that together we can become incredibly strong. So strong that we can build unbelievable wonders. Keep trying and keep fighting. Not much really changes about this. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Democratic Party responds to this, but the reality is there are aspects of this that none of us have any say on. Like all of the door knocking. You know how people have been stressing about going and knocking doors for Joe Biden? People have been talking about needing to do phone banking for Joe Biden, and now the Democratic Party might just chuck Joe Biden to the curb after he bungled so badly. This stuff is these are forces that have to be reacted to almost like forces of nature. And instead, we can undermine their ability to destroy our lives by building networks that are independent of them, by building structures that are independent of them. There is a possibility, okay, that Donald Trump becomes president again and implements an unbelievably vicious and demented far-right government. That is a real thing that could happen in the near future. And that would be very dangerous and bring a lot of harm to a lot of people. However, we can reduce how many people are harmed if we take action now and tomorrow and the next day and every day going forward to build independence, interdependence, strength together. And then, even if it gets as bad as it can be, we will be able to fight back and outlast. A lot of us are divested of the ability to have an impact on these great things. And we're not the first people in history to be in that position. If you look way back in time and you look at other forms of government, other forms of political structure and economic structure, there have been people who have found ways together to survive even in the most obscene and hardest and most evil and foul times. And I believe that we can do that too. Not only that, but I believe we can do it better than before. And that we can make it really, really hard for the most foul types of domination to take root. I've said this many times, that fascism, for example, is a machine that is unbelievably expensive to run. It takes so much to keep a deranged machine like that going. And every person who doesn't participate, every person who resists in however small or however big a way that they can manage, increases the cost of running that evil machine. And it will reach a point where it cannot run anymore, where its power collapses in on itself and it falls to pieces and it's unable to mete out evils onto the world. We want that to happen. We want these horrible structures of domination to fall apart, to collapse in on themselves, to collapse under their own weight, so they can stop tormenting and torturing and making people's lives difficult. And we do that by using everything at our fingertips, all of our little talents and all of our great talents, and putting them together to resist this madness, to undermine domination. And that is what we will continue to do. That is what I want to encourage you to do. There is a reason why I have repeatedly said that my number one rule is do not die. And that is because I truly believe that the more of us that survive, the harder and harder and harder it will be for the worst actors in our political system to gain meaningful power. That we can protect and help each other heal. Those of us, there are some of us who may be hurt in the coming days. That is always true about the world. We cannot predict and we cannot prevent all bad things happening. But wouldn't it be nice if we could make it happen to less people? And wouldn't it be nice if those who did got hurt could fall back on loving arms? That there would be less and less and maybe none of us who would fall and be alone. But that if we were hurt or if we were persecuted, that we would have people there to help us back up, to protect us. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's what I want to see. And that's what I want to encourage. It is true that it's looking more and more likely like Donald Trump is going to be president. That is a very difficult thing. There is some very scary downstream effects of that, and we might see some very bad things happen. But if we spend our time now, even if all we're doing right now is just figuring out what we need to do to be able to empower ourselves and our communities, that's better off than being paralyzed. How much time has been wasted languishing at polling numbers as if that will change anything at all? How much time and energy have political commentators on the internet collectively wasted by constantly fixating on and advocating for dumping more and more and more time, energy, and money into the hands of a completely inept Democratic Party that is now finally having a crisis? If we took that energy and time and money and put it towards saying, how do we actually, is there stuff that I could do with this that would have an impact now, that would have an impact down the road, that's not just sort of handing it off onto another organization that has clearly demonstrated itself as inept and incapable of meeting the moment? This is our time. And when I say our time, I mean our time. Us, people like us, the imps, okay? And beyond. We have been talking about this for a long time. And I have been saying that as time goes on, we're going to see more of this. You want to know what another time that was like this was? The pandemic. And do you want to know how a lot of people survived the pandemic? A lot of people survived the pandemic by being able to work together, by being able to comfort and care for one another when the government didn't do shit. The government was asleep at the wheel and left people to die. You know how there was all that like, we hear you, we see you, celebrate the nurses bullshit from the government? They were like, we love our nurses. And they would put out a little commercial being like, nurses, they're great, aren't they? Paid for by the campaign for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And then you're like, okay, but it was actually nurses, individual nurses and doctors, and individual people who delivered food to sick people, people who took the time to wear their masks, people who took their time to go out there and help. Those were the people who actually saved lives. And what we got from things like the Democratic Party was largely lip service. We know that people recognizing their own political power and choosing to liberate themselves together is unbelievably powerful. And it saves lives. And I want people to focus on that. Okay? It is true that there is likely some dark times in the future. But those dark times don't need to be as dark if we begin to build structures that can help us. And there are so many ways to do that. Everything from making sure that finding ways to make sure that people have their medication, finding friendly doctors and compiling friendly doctors in advance. I'm speaking about for trans people. Working as hard as you can to build support networks and areas where people can know they can go to find help. Communities where people can know that they can go to find other people who will be accepting of them. Spaces that are designed to facilitate people who might otherwise fall through the cracks being able to find togetherness. Stay strong, okay? Anyway, that was a bit long-winded. It was a bit of a sermon, but I hope that you understand what I'm saying and why I'm encouraging people not to be doomer. Nothing really has changed except for that we get to watch the Democratic Party desperately scramble with the fact that it has become completely inarguable that their candidate was a huge mistake after everything. And we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll choose, hopefully, they'll choose very quickly to run someone else, and that someone else will be able to beat Donald Trump. Unfortunately, there's the possibility that Joe Biden drags his feet, as he has been, and stays stubborn. Regardless, that's only for us to keep an eye out, okay? We are going to stand up on the hill, and we're going to go, okay, yep, looks like the stampede is going the other way. All right, everybody, let's shuffle over here. Oh, okay, thunderstorm coming. Let's make sure we get our thunderstorm protection up. That's what we're doing. That's what we do when we watch politics. It's going, okay, what do we see? What's coming? How do we react by protecting our communities? That's how we do it. Because none of us, unless there's somebody here listening who's a higher up in the Democratic Party, which, hey, if you're there, reach out, we'll talk. But unless you are, we don't got a say over what Joe Biden's going to do. Kamala Harris went on the news and was saying Joe Biden did a great job tonight. That's deranged. If Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to be messaging that he did a totally good job, what can anybody do to stop him from bungling the election? If he continues to do that, Trump will win. And nothing that any of us could do could change that. So let's do what we can do. Let's focus on the actions we can take so that we all live a better life together. All right? Remember rule number 1, do not die. Okay? Seriously. swapping this late in the game is not really doable. Well, keeping Joe Biden is clearly not doable. They've got themselves in a really rough position. Mabel Pine says, who would you run? Who would you say has the best chances against Donald Trump? Basically anybody but Joe Biden. I'm trying to think who would be a good option. Gretchen Whitmer is really popular. Kamala Harris is not super popular, but I think that Kamala Harris could potentially do better than Joe Biden. Bernie is an obvious option. Running Bernie, but the thing is, the only thing about Bernie is that Bernie is also really old, which depending on how that goes, they might be able to be like, see, it really wasn't age, see, because Bernie. But Bernie has an insane amount of popularity, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. Honestly, I think Buttigieg would actually be a better option than Biden at this point. Newsom is probably obviously going to want to go for that, but I don't know. Newsom has a quality about him that is not likable. He has a bit of a Ron DeSantis effect. It kind of sucks. Buttigieg, literally, Buttigieg has been chilling. Buttigieg has gone up in public appreciation. He did a good job. He did a pretty goddamn good job as transportation secretary, all things considered. And he's been off the cringe train for a while. So I actually unironically think, and he's young. That's one of the best things. He's the dead opposite of Biden. I think the obvious answer is Kamala. How old is Hillary? Yeah, they can't do Hillary. Hillary's 76. Wait, that's younger than, what's Trump at right now? What's Trump? Trump is 78. Okay, so they could. I don't think they should, but I bet that Hillary would try to do it too. Hillary's 76, so. I know Hillary sucks, but the crazy thing is, Hillary might actually do better than Joe Biden. I would be interested to see those numbers. Why do so many people hate Kamala? They don't hate Kamala. Kamala just has no presence whatsoever, and every time she's in public, she seems weird. Kamala has a really, really strange way of communicating that can be really off-putting to some. But honestly, I don't think she's as bad as Biden. She has all of the strengths of Biden and none of the downsides because people are unfamiliar. She's an unknown quantity. With the exception that she basically backed implicitly all of Joe Biden's policies. So if Kamala decided to run and could prove that she could hold herself on a stage, that actually might be the kind of like obvious decision. Like, I don't think it's good. None of these are good. Yeah, the Wheels on the Bus thing where she like sang the Wheels on the Bus, but it was like the wrong song. Are there any dark horse candidates you think could be a worthy replacement? Gretchen Whitmer. Gretchen Whitmer is one who I'm like, I've been keeping my eyes on Gretchen Whitmer for a while, and she's very popular. But it seems like a bit of a reach, but she is extremely popular. Whitmer is popular, and she's like pretty good as far as Democrats go. Plus, Gretchen Whitmer's in Michigan, which is a state that the Dems need to win. Marianne Williamson is not doable. No way. Yes, of course that's true. This is all, Pro Newbie says, this is all dependent on Joe actually having the awareness to step down. Won't help if he's surrounded by yes men. Yeah, of course. All of this is if he actually steps down, and he might not. He might refuse to. And then what happens? A civil war within the Dems? It's looking pretty bad right now. I wonder, I should check the state of affairs. Do we got a temperature on Joe Biden? Oh my God, it's getting so late. Oh, it's 11. We're not going to be able to do the Elden Ring stuff tonight. Oh God, that's so depressing. Why? Why does this happen? Oh my God. Do you know how much pain? Can I just take one moment, okay? Can I just take one moment to say the sacrifices I make? I started today excited that I was going to be able to talk about Elden Ring extensively for an entire stream. Then I remembered that the debate was going, and I sat there going, I genuinely want to talk about the debate, but I don't want to talk about it today. God, why did I have to misremember the date of the debate? And then now we've spent the entire stream talking about the debate, and I'm not even going to get to talk about the thing that I'm most passionate about right now, more than anything else, which is Elden Ring. And it's also going to mean, okay, I got to stop being depressive. It's a bad vibe to be so sad. I have to keep positive. Chariot says, I can't imagine Kamala Harris would be a much better president. She's like if Mitt Romney was liberal and was written by the writers of The Boys. Yes, but she doesn't have the baggage that that Biden has. I think Kamala would be just as bad as Biden, but she also wouldn't be Trump. So, yeah. Chariot says, Dems spent so much time punching left and shaming minority voters that they forgot they are theoretically capable of being punished for governing poorly. Yup. Oh, bullseye. Absolutely true. Hypno Amber says, Demon Mama, can you stream tomorrow and play? We can all support each other with some video games. Maybe. I'm getting, maybe. I'm getting laser tomorrow, and my face sometimes gets hurty, like really hurty and red. And, you know, after I get laser. So, I don't like streaming after I get laser because it looks like my face looks like I got stung by a bunch of bees. So, we'll see though. Maybe. It might just have to be Sunday, which means, whatever. Okay, I can't be a doomer. I hope you all tune in. Arlo says, have you thought about electrolysis? I've done electrolysis, but laser actually works really, really well on me. And electrolysis is really slow and extremely painful. So my electrologist was like, you should get a little bit more laser, and then we can touch up with more electro if you need to. And so far, laser has been completely obliterating my facial hair, like what remains of it. I have almost none left. It's actually amazing. I have like one of the most, since HRT, it is the biggest breakthrough in defeating remaining dysphoria since I started HRT. It's been really, really positive and wonderful. Yeah. It's been kind of a long process, but I don't want to, let's not get stun locked on this. I'm just, yeah. Yo, Chariot, that's awesome! Thank God! Chariot, yay! Oh my God, that's so wonderful. I'll say this publicly, if you ever need any support, please just message me and I'll see what I can do, okay? There, it's been said publicly. Where was this energy during the debate? Let's take a look. All right, let's watch this. Let's see. All right, let's see. Joe Biden after the debate. Oh boy, let's see.
Look, folks, what's going to happen over the next couple of days is they're going to be out there fact-checking all the things he said. I can't think of one thing he said that was true. No, I'm not being facetious. But look, we're going to beat this guy. We need to beat this guy. And I need you in order to beat him. You're the people I'm running for.
This is about the same level of energy that he had. He's just slightly more coherent. The cheering is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I got to be 100% real. This is just the crowd is doing all the work for him here. He sounds almost identical to how he did in the debate, just slightly more coherent.
Look, folks.
Oh man. Does anybody got a thermometer on liberal Twitter? Holy shit. Liberal Twitter melting. Oh, man. Oh, this is so sad. There are so many people dooming. We're going to have to do some anti-doom streams for a while. Liberal Reddit is on life support. Oh my God, do you have any links? Do you have any links? Okay, hold on. Real quick. Real quick. Small thing, okay? Small bit of hopium. Someone who I greatly respect, an old friend, Anna Valens, just succeeded in getting her GoFundMe funded. Asked for a meager $3,000 to help pay bills and get some time after changing careers, some alleviation from bills. Successfully funded. Simply asked for $3,000 to help a wonderful trans artist get some time after leaving a horrendous industry, and people came together and made it happen for Anna. Actually incredible. Windleby, I hope you have a wonderful night. Just a small bit of hopium. I really want to, by the way, don't let that distract too much from the fact that I really want to see the copium on liberal Reddit. If anybody has links. Oh, I would love some Taco Bell. Holy shit, yes. I am so hungry. I would absolutely love some Taco Bell. Can you get me the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap? A Cheez-It Crunch Wrap and Baja Blast? Jake says, I'm so stressed out. What are you stressed out about? Oh. Oh no. Paul's ego. Paul's ego is being insufferable. No, Paul's ego. He's getting revenge. Right, Fortnite? The Mesmer fight is actually so good. Oh my God, I can't wait to talk about Elden Ring with you all. No! I didn't even show you my thing. Hold on, look. 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 He's beautiful. He's horrible. A nasty, horrible monster whose entire personality can be summed up as, Mummy, please. Mummy, no. Mummy, I'll do anything for you, Mummy. But look at him. Look at how gorgeous it is. And it's in the background this whole time and we haven't been able to see it because I've been fucking yelling about Joe Biden. Jake says, so many things are going to fall apart. I don't know how much work and school even matter anymore. They're still going to matter in a lot of ways. Don't lose yourself in the doom spiral. Seriously. Don't worry about work and school in the abstract. Think about what they can teach you. Learn everything that you can from work and school. Get everything that you can from work and school and put it to good use. If your job and your school stop mattering, you will still have everything that you absorbed from those things. All right? So focus on that, seriously. Focus on empowering yourself and the people around you with what you gain from those things. The resources that you gain from work, the skills that you gain from work, the things that you learn at school. It's a better way of living. I promise. Also, just look at this boy. His snakes are so cute. I wish you could see up close how cute this little snake is. I love it. It reminds me of my old pet snake. His cape is so gorgeous. Oh my God, it's just, ah. Oh. Look at it. It's just, oh my God. Just look at him. Look at him. Oh my God, look at it up close. I need to get another figurine though. There's a problem I recognized, okay? So I foolishly fell for the hype and bought this delicious statue before I really knew exactly who Mesmer was. And now I have a problem, which is that if I only have Mesmer as my only Elden Ring figurine on my set, then I come off like a genocidal maniac who's like standing the genocide guy, which means I need to get like a beautiful and giant Ronnie figurine or maybe a Saint Trina. Do not slander Mesmer. That's not slander, that's explicit. It wasn't his choice. Yes, it was. Is there a Saint Trina figurine? I want it so badly. I can't believe it. I didn't think that anyone would be able to come close to touching like the position that Ronnie and Fia hold in my heart. But Saint Trina, I mean, look, I got the Eternal Sleep nails explicitly. I literally told my partner I'm getting Saint Trina nails, and I explicitly wore this with the purpose of talking about how much I absolutely adore Saint Trina as a character. Wait, I'm unaware of this Mesmer lore. What's with the genocide? We'll get there. We'll get there. I promised. You got to tune in for the actual Elden Ring thing. Dragaco says, me staring at my Mesmer statue and shaking my head so that others know that I don't approve. Oh, I agree, Arlo. 100%. Ronnie is a terrible person, though. No. What? What? You take that back now. You take that fucking back. I can't handle it. I'm too amped up after this fucking bullshit. You take that fucking back now and stuff it up your ass. I'm about ready to fucking jettison you for that. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, Ronnie is not a good person. Are you fucking insane? She does not care about you or anyone else. I'm a Mikola simp? Sorry. You are a fool. No, that's still too mean. You are deeply misguided. I'm gonna lose my shit. It's actually making me so mad. You have no goddamn idea like how twisted you got it. Like you have it completely twisted. It's actually absurd. You have to be so willing. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. I'm getting so mad. Leaves them to be murdered by black knives. Wrong! You are literally so wrong! Yeah, utilitarians are fucking idiots. Oh my God, I'm getting so mad. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. She does kind of throw them under the bus. No, she fucking doesn't. Okay, I have to do this. This is not DLC, so there's no spoilers. None of you can complain about any of this, okay? First of all, let us review real quick before I lose my actual shit. And don't you fucking type anymore in chat. It's time for you to fucking listen for a second, okay? Sit your ass down and listen. Ronnie does not abandon E.G. and does not abandon Blythe. Not even close. Blythe is a shadow. A shadow is a being that is created from whole cloth by the two fingers, okay? They are created from the bottom up with a kill switch that makes them go berserk with the single goal of killing someone. Blythe cannot control this, and everyone knows that it will happen eventually. He cannot control it. There is a portion in Blythe's story where E.G. locks Blythe in an Everjail. Why does he lock Blythe in an Everjail? Because Blythe is about to lose his mind and try and kill Ronnie against his will. He does not have the capability to resist this. From the bottom of his body to the top of his body, he was generated as a being that had this kill switch. It's incredibly tragic, yes, but it's the way that it goes. When you go into the Everjail and you talk to Blythe, Blythe goes, I don't know why I got locked up in here. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. I think E.G.'s probably betraying me because he can't acknowledge. He literally is incapable of acknowledging his own thing. He was created, his brain was formed with the inability to acknowledge his own nature of going berserk and killing Ronnie. It's super tragic, but E.G. tries to prevent it. E.G. chose Ronnie with the goal, knowing that it would be incredibly treacherous and knowing that it was going to be a dangerous journey. E.G. tragically died to the Black Knife assassins, not because Ronnie abandoned him, but because they knew that there was a step in which if Ronnie didn't want to die as well, that she would need to flee into her doll form. E.G. did his best, but still gets got by the Black Knife assassins because, as it turns out, Black Knife assassins plus a deranged guy that you, the player, let out of the jail because you let Blythe out of the jail. In truth, it's you who ends up getting E.G. killed because you can't keep your mouth shut about Blythe. You're like, oh, he's so nice. He's a cute wolf boy. I got to let him out of jail. And so him and the Black Knives go fucking crazy. E.G. dies either way. Well, yes, but it doesn't really matter. The only good character is the Turtle Pope. That is very silly. E.G. knew that there were risks. Ronnie knew that there were risks. Ronnie knew that she could fucking die. That it might not happen. But E.G., and I'm going to just go a little bit further in on this. Let me go in the deep lore. Let me flex just a little bit of deep lore over you, okay? The trolls. The trolls wear, including E.G., wear reflective helmets that prevent them from being influenced by forces like the Two Fingers, okay? The trolls, after being enslaved by the Golden Order, okay, they have a lot of cultural trauma. And the Carrion royal family, Rennala, Ronnie, all of them, made a pact with certain trolls that they would they didn't conquer them, they made a pact. The Carrion royal family made pacts with various groups, including dragons and trolls, both of which they entered into as a friendship. They said, we are going to work together. And they helped the trolls live free of slavery. In fact, there's multiple points in the game in which E.G. himself talks about how he was able to find personhood, freedom, equality, even among the Carrions, because the Carrions, the Carrion royal family did not engage in slavery like the Golden Order did, and because they stood separate, at least to some degree, from the Golden Order. Thank you, Fought Knight. I'm gonna get there. E.G. wears a mirror helm to prevent the influence of the two fingers. E.G. swears his fealty to Ronnie because he loves Ronnie. E.G. of all the people in the world, understands why Ronnie would be willing to do basically anything to be free of the two fingers. He wears a mirror on his head for his entire life. Can you imagine what it would be like to have your head trapped in a pot made out of mirror materials for your entire life? Just so that you don't have the influence and become a slave to an order you do not want to be a slave to. E.G. knows more than anyone why Ronnie desires to be free of the two fingers. He knows and chose to help her become free so that she could live a life like he did. Because the entire time, the entire story of Elden Ring before and all the way until the moment when you slay Ronnie's two fingers, Ronnie is not free. Ronnie is enduring psychic and physical and mental assault from an alien god that is attempting to demand her to do various things. Not only that, but as Fought Knight says, when Ronnie has to become a doll, when Ronnie has to shed her flesh again and become a little diminutive doll that you put in your pocket. By the way, there is a serious shared psychic link between Elden Ring appreciators and Death Stranding appreciators, and I absolutely love it. And also the fact that both Miyazaki and Hideo Kojima were both like, you gotta have a little doll in your pocket. Like, who can live without a little doll in your pocket? Just saying, just saying. Anyway, Ronnie literally tells you, before she becomes a doll, tell E.G. and Blythe that I love them. Loves them. That is not language that is used in the game of Elden Ring almost ever. We almost never hear a character express love for another character. But Ronnie does, knowing that things are getting dire, that it's coming to the last moments and it's do or die. Ronnie is a huge egoist and willingly sacrifices a lot of innocent people, just as Mikola does. They're very similar in how they have a tendency to kill family for a better goal. You are genuinely a fool and you're making me pissed off. I'm actually so angry here. It's actually unbelievable. You have no idea the rage. That entire debate with Donald Trump, I didn't get mad, but this is seriously rustling me. Ronnie is what Mikola wishes to be. Quite literally. Let me give you an example of this. Ronnie does not at any point in your story point to a single moment in which Ronnie ever forces someone to become a follower. There is not a moment. You will not find it. In fact, she explicitly rebuffs your character repeatedly because she does not believe that you should basically be involved in these dangerous affairs. Her best friends from childhood have chosen. They said, we believe in you. We know that you could be good. You are our chosen leader and we will die for you because we love you. Are you, hold on a second, just for a second for the people in chat who are being dense about this. If I decided that I wanted to die for my wife, okay? If my wife was, like say, imagine this. Say my wife was suffering from a painful disease, and I decided to donate one of my kidneys, knowing that it could kill me, to my wife. And I do that, and I die because of a complication, but my wife gets the kidney, and I did that willingly. Did my wife sacrifice me for being an egoist? No. No. I made the decision as an agent for someone that I loved, and I was willing to die for that person. She allows Saluvius to work for her. Saluvius! Saluvius is a fucking rapist. And she kills Saluvius because he's a fucking rapist. She takes out the trash. You did divest yourself of your kidney for the good of others. Very Mikola of you. I'm gonna scream. Okay, I'm giving you homework, Arlo. I'm dead serious. Like, you need to go play the DLC again and pay closer attention. Quite literally. Like, one of my biggest critiques of the DLC is that it's way too heavy-handed in comparison to the base game of Elden Ring, and you missed the most heavy-handed part of the DLC. I'm actually getting so mad. I need to not be so mad. What was the point of her nuking Godwin? Finally! Finally! A good meal. Finally a good question. What was the point of her nuking Godwin? What Ronnie did to Godwin was messed up. You are not prepared to play a game like Elden Ring if you think that like that was the unforgivable sin. It is true. It is true that Ronnie fucking cooked Godwin for 2 reasons. And I think they're fairly obvious if you think about it. One, it was required for her to divest herself of her flesh, which was the only way that she could get any wiggle room out from the 2 fingers. Ronnie did not invent the Golden Order. Godwin is the founder of the Dragon Cult and a major player in the Golden Order fundamentalists. Godwin was the chosen best boy of the literal god that made Ronnie be tied to her fingers. And keep in mind that Ronnie probably didn't know that Radagon and Marika were the same person. So Ronnie would have been operating under an even worse circumstance. Basically, some random fucking lady that she has no relation to imposed forever on her that she must be ruled by 2 crooked alien fingers that will determine her life. So she made a sacrifice of a extremely influential and perhaps personally, Godwin might have been a pretty nice guy. From all that we can see, he seems like a heroic figure, but he's heroic in the sense of like, that's like being like he's the nicest cardinal in the medieval Catholic Church. You know, like the guy is a ranking official in the very order that makes people have from birth be controlled by weird alien appendages so that they have to do that. I don't understand how people in this chat can't like comprehend the idea of how horrible it would be if you discovered that your flesh, your body was not your own, that you could have a mind, but your body is commanded by a being that does not have your best interests in mind and has attached you to the will of some random lady in a tree. And then her golden boy son is running around bathed in riches as a hero. It is true that Godwin didn't do anything to Ronnie directly that required her, that like would have justified her like killing him, but you're thinking way too small and way too black and white. Is it a bad thing? Yes, but Ronnie was in an impossible position. Her option was sacrifice somebody in a ritual to be able to free herself or suffer for the rest of her life as a slave. I think that we should be able, I think that we should be able to acknowledge why somebody would want to free themselves from slavery, even if it meant killing someone. If a slave killed, in attempting to escape from enslavement, if a slave killed the son of a slave owner, would you cry tears for the son of the slave owner, even if he was kind of a nice guy and gave to local charities? Or would you acknowledge that the slave was an inevitable outcome of someone trying to free themselves from slavery? Also, again, it's worse than killing. No, it's not. That's incredibly foolish. And the reason why that's incredibly foolish, you clearly know a lot about the lore, but you're not paying attention. So I'm going to crack down just a tiny bit on you, which is his soul died. His body did not. He's dead. Godwin's gone. He's toast. His body is just its own thing now. Literally, that's the entire story of Fia's Prince of Death storyline, is that Godwin's body is living its own life now. It's become something else. It's not Godwin. Godwin's soul is dead. He just died, okay? They hit him with destined death. His body, because of the fuck-ups in the Golden Order, his body continued on. Because Marika says bodies can't die anymore, his body had to continue when his soul died. That's just how it goes. So is Godwin just undead? His body is alive and becomes the vessel for the Prince of Death, its own being. It turns into its own thing. Imagine if your brain, if your brain disappeared and then a strange, and then somehow a new brain was just appeared out of thin air in your body. That's what would happen. They would be a different person. They might look like you. They might have your body, but it would be somebody else. The Prince of Death is not Godwin. It's somebody else. I don't think Ronnie is a good person. None of the demigods are, and that's pretty explicit. They're all shit. Yeah, but you have failed to articulate any way in which she's actually bad. The way in which Ronnie is actually bad is by being a logic lord. Ronnie, the bad part about Ronnie is that she's kind of wrong about the way the world works. She thinks that if she goes to the moon and is an impartial god, a god that reigns from afar, that will be better than being like a god that personally intervenes every single day in the affairs of others. Basically, Ronnie thinks that it would be better to be a deistic god, like a god of influences, you know, that you set the rules, but you don't put your finger down and destroy everything. Marika is the most fickle and chaotic god. If you look at all the different endings, there are 3 endings that are functionally trapped within the framework of the existing order, and there are 2 endings that are truly radical, okay? The Frenzied Flame ending is a total reset. It is truly, everybody is reduced to LCL. It's the end of Evangelion. It's when everybody melts down. Then Ronnie's ending is the other truly revolutionary ending, in which she says the Erdtree, the era of the Erdtree is completely done. If there's going to be a god, God needs to be ruling from afar without getting too directly involved, without being a fickle, warlike ruler who says, the air is now mayonnaise because you pissed me off, which is what Marika is. Marika's order is one of, it is one of, what if kings could actually do anything they wanted? It is one of the fickle nature of somebody who just kind of wants to eat pork pies and have a good time, but also gets really mad sometimes. America is like a completely inconsistent ruler, and people have to live at her deranged whims. And Ronnie is trying to take that and say, no, you shouldn't wage war as a god and destroy an entire people by snapping your fingers. It should more be maybe I set a machine going and make rules a little more fair. If you ask me for memes one more time, I will not do memes ever again. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. Also, I lost the link during the frenzy earlier, so you'll have to resend the link later, but I'll ask for it. It's okay. Three, gold mask traded removes the influence of all gods from the land between. Wrong. Incorrect. The fly in the ointment has been removed. The fly in the ointment is corruption. Gold mask is everything Ronnie, but better. Sorry, try again. That's incorrect. Gold mask ending is by far the best. Incorrect. Gold mask's ending is the neoliberal ending. I'm not even joking. Not even a tiny, tiny bit. I'm not even joking even a little bit. It's the neoliberal ending. He says explicitly in his lore, Gold Mask says that the fickleness of the gods was the problem. He's removing the fickleness and completing the golden order. He's making a golden order with the exact, he's a golden order fundamentalist. He's making the golden order the exact same way, all the rules, but you can't do a hypocrisy anymore. But the fact of the matter is, the message of the entire rest of the game is that the golden order is fucking nuts. That it's not working anyway. That the fundamental assumptions of the golden order, things like omens are bad, are problematic in and of themselves and deserve to be critiqued. He's only saying, okay, gods can't change the rules as they wish anymore. You all have to play by the rules. Yes, thank you, Jake. Jake says he just freezes the golden order as it is and doesn't let America touch it anymore. But it already sucked. Yes, he's saying that America's fickleness, it's very explicit in his story, the whole reason why he has to go through the shock of realizing that America is Radagon is because that's the fickleness he's talking about. He's like, oh my God, America, you were the one messing around with the golden order. You were breaking the golden order and your own principles the whole time. That's so wrong. Hypocrisy is bad. He's a compassionate character. I like Gold Mask, but his ending is not revolutionary. It is to say the golden order is fundamentally correct, but its flaw is that we let somebody be fickle inside of it. Notice that all of his magic still kills those who walk in death. And we know that those who walk in death have some level of personhood because of Fia's story. Fia's story is another incomplete reform. Dung Eater is the only evil ending because bro is literal poop Hitler. Okay, this is going to be the hottest take ever, and this is going to make people really fucking pissed off. Okay? But unironically, Fia and the Dung Eater are two sides of the same coin. Okay? They're two sides of the same coin. But Fia is fundamentally more understandable, okay? Hear me out on this, okay? They both represent a takeover by a previously marginalized faction, okay? For Fia, it is those who walk in death. For the Dung Eater, it is the cursed, those who are cursed, the omen. He worships omens to the point that his armor was literally designed to make him look like an omen. He wants to be an omen. So there are two separate, oh, hell yeah. I'm ranting and raving right now. I've gone insano mode and I've lost track of everything and I have no control of myself anymore. I've frenzied once and for all.
No, don't frenzy.
I know.
Do you want your food now? You want
No, I'll eat it when I come down in a little bit. I'm going to wrap up in a little bit.
Okay.
I got to finish yelling at everybody about this. I said that I was worried I wasn't going to get to do any Elden Ring, but people triggered me into doing Elden Ring. So on one hand, I have to thank them.
Are you going to do a different Elden Ring section next stream?
Next stream, I'm going to do everything that I plan to do today. Okay. This is just me yelling about the base game. I'm not even yelling about the DLC, out of good measure.
Okay.
So,
I'll see you soon.
Okay. First of all, oh my God, David, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you so very much, David. My friend won a well-made 2-meter Dark Souls statue that was used for promoting the game, and he sold it for less than 100, which is insane. That is insane. Thank you so much. Baja Blast, though. Okay, hold on a second. He prevents the gods from influencing the Elden Ring, and that makes him better than Ronnie. That is totally nonsense. Like, you're just wrong. You're just so wrong. He doesn't change the gods at all. The two fingers are still in power with Goldmask's ending. The greater will still exists. The Elden Beast still exists. You literally put Marika back together. You just prevent her from being fickle. She too is bound by the rules of the order that she made. He essentially abolishes hypocrisy. As nonsensical as that is. Yes, you literally, it's an Elden Lord ending. It explicitly says you become an Elden Lord. The order is preserved. Technically, with every ending, the greater will is not there. We're gonna get to that in the future, but whatever. You're an Elden Lord in Ronnie's ending too, just with a different god. You are her consort. I don't know if she actually calls you an Elden Lord, but you're, yeah, you are. That's true. But it's a fundamentally different system. That's why I said that. I didn't say that Ronnie's ending was flawless. I just said that Ronnie's ending was fundamentally revolutionary. It's not a base level reform. There are 3 Elden Lord endings. The 3 Elden Lord endings are Goldmask, Fia, and the Dung Eater. And we're gonna get up to those because I got stunned. I get stunned. There's a 4th one. What's the 4th one? No rune? No completed mending runes? Oh, okay, yeah. There's one where you just become Marika's. That's. I've never even seen that one. I've never even seen that one. You are not technically an Elden Lord in Ronnie's ending. Yeah, I didn't think so. You're her lover and consort. She literally says that she loves you at the end. I don't know. I think that your read of Ronnie is completely distorted. And I think it's distorted by, I'm gonna, just knowing you as a chatter, I think it's distorted by horniness for a different character. You don't become the doll botherer, you become the doll not botherer. You're the only you're like one of 5 people in the whole world who haven't bothered the doll. Okay, I need to get back on focus, okay? Let's fucking lock in here for a second. I got distracted by Baja Blast, but no more. We're locking in, okay? Fia and the Dung Eater are 2 sides of the same coin, okay? They both represent an oppressed minority group being given the new power over the ring, okay? But they represent it in different ways. Fia's ending represents a form of assimilation. In Fia's ending, you repair the Golden Order, but you add in the Rune of Death back into it, and you include in the Golden Order the right for those who walk in death to live, to be unpersecuted. That is quite explicitly what it is. It's the Duskborn ending is, we are no longer going to persecute and hunt down those who walk in death. You are allowed to be an undead. Undead are allowed to live and live. It is granting rights. It is basically granting emancipation and civil rights under the Golden Order. It's akin to what happened with the dragons. You notice how it was decided when Marika and Godwyn and the dragons made peace, then the dragon cult was founded, and it was deemed not heretical to practice dragon magic because they made peace. Basically like the Eastern Orthodox and Catholics going like this. That was what happened, and you do that for Fia's ending. Okay, so that's the FIA ending. The FIA ending is a emancipation under the current order. The Dung Eater ending is the dark version of this. It is the it is the equivalent of like when people say like when people meme about like trans ethno state now. That is the Dung Eater ending. The Dung Eater ending is fuck you, fuck all that you are, fuck you for oppressing the omens, and now, guess what? Now we're your gods, and you're all going to have so much omen all inside of you. We're going to make the foulest curse imaginable, one that twists your body with horns, and that's going to be the New World Order. The New World Order is that all of you are below us, and we're in charge now. And it is very similar. Well, I don't want to go into DLC stuff because this is a no spoilers for the DLC conversation. So we'll talk about this in the future, but there are parallels in the DLC. The Dung Eater ending is creating the Age of Curses. It is embedding the primacy of curse into the existing Golden Order. But everything else, all the other rules follow the same. It's just that we're in charge now, motherfuckers. We're the new monsters is basically the Dung Eaters ending. Whereas Fia's is like, we're included now. But both of them don't fundamentally change the Golden Order in any way. And also that's true about Goldmask's ending. But Goldmask's ending is basically like, America can't tool around with things anymore, but the Golden Order is the prime law. We took America's Golden Order and we cut America's ability to fuck around with it out. Arlo, I know that you're itching to talk about Mikola, but we're not talking about Mikola any more than I already have tonight, okay? I'm not gonna do it anymore tonight because I don't want to spoil anything. Fia is a bit of a better representation for those who live in death than the Dung Boy is for the Omen. Absolutely true. That's why I'm saying that they're like two sides of the same coin. The Dung Eater basically is going to create a cycle that will inevitably lead to people being horrifically miserable. But he promises the catharsis of revenge. That is what the Dung Eater represents. He represents the indulgence in base instincts. It's the whole idea of like, yeah, we should be able to do a genocide because we were oppressed in the past. That is what the Dung Eater represents. Is like, yeah, you fucked with us. Now we are going to fuck with you, and we are going to fuck with you harder than you could have imagined. His is that, and Fia's is like, nah. Let's reconcile this. But the way I see it, there are only two endings that are fundamentally like truly revolutionary, and that's Ronnie's ending and the Frenzied Flame. None of the others fundamentally change anything about the Golden Order. You can argue. I am here to say, I'm totally here with people talking about like, oh, there's problems with Ronnie's, thing, but that's not what people do. People just literally aggressively misinterpret what happens in the Ronnie questline, and it makes me really mad. Is Muriel actually a fundamentalist? I thought that Muriel literally says that heresy is but a contrivance. So I don't really get the feeling that Muriel is a Golden Order fundamentalist. I believe that Muriel is more like he's more of like a grill pillar, it is what it is kind of guy. He's like, the universe is full of wonders and none of them are actually like, he's basically the most laissez-faire of any of the characters. He's like, knowledge is knowledge and it's good, and nothing, you know, heresy is only there to stand in your way. He doesn't seem to be, yeah. Golden Order fundamentalism is the idea that everything can be conjoined. America is just a hypocrite. I'm not sure. I think it's still mid. I could do better. No, you absolutely could not. Come on, don't fucking play. Don't fucking play. Pipe down. Pipe down, F-slur. We all know your kind are not meant to be gods. You're meant to stand gods. And you know this too. Don't play. I have been defeated in the marketplace of ideas. It could never have gone any other way. This fate, I saw this at the beginning of the stream. There was an event that occurred at the beginning of the stream, and I knew 8 hours down the line, 7 hours down the line, that this is exactly where it would end up. Goldmask is a fundamentalist? No, I meant Muriel, not Goldmask. And no doubt that Goldmask was a fundamentalist. Universal inclusivity is not a positive quality of... Chariot says, universal inclusivity is not a positive quality of religions. It's a reflection on how many religions operate in conquest, culturally especially. Look at the spread of Buddhism. All things can be conjoined is not a nice guy tenet in philosophy. Oh, by the way, there is DLC relevant information that would make your point even harder, by the way. But we can't... I don't want to delve into that, but let me just say, Chariot's cooking right now. Especially with information we receive from the DLC. Like, Chariot is cooking on a level that most of you can't fucking comprehend. Muriel is a fundie, I'm pretty sure. You might be right. I hope you enjoy it, Red Dawn. What's your Soulsborne rankings? I'm going to do that, actually, in the future. But my Soulsborne rankings are off the cuff, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, The Ringed City, and OG Dark Souls, followed by Demon Souls, Sekiro, and the rest of Dark Souls 3. Then Dark Souls 2 and Ashes of Ariandel and the Dark Souls 1 DLC. I don't know. That's not perfect. I'd have to go through and think about that a little longer, but that's basically it. My top tier is Bloodborne, and original Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 3, The Ringed City. And then very close to that is Sekiro and the rest of Dark Souls 3 and Demon Souls. Oh, I forgot Elden Ring. Elden Ring would be up in the second tier. Elden Ring would be in the second tier, would be Elden Ring, and then the Elden Ring DLC would be in the third spot. probably. For multiple reasons. I really, really love the Elden Ring DLC, but it also has flaws that I want to talk about. Arlo, come on. You're trying so hard. But there's no fucking... If there is a pot conflict, we know who's ending up in the pot. Okay? You don't want that. It could be, you know, you could just choose a different path. But we know, okay? Especially in the context of Elden Ring. Like, you don't know the lengths that I have to go to and I have gone to in order to accomplish what I have accomplished in the realm of Elden Ring, okay? Let's keep it 100, okay? I like the DLC, but I would give it a 7 out of 10. I think it's one of their worst DLCs. I don't know if I would go that far. But it has flaws, which I'm going to talk about. But I guess we're talking about like I guess the worst DLC of a FromSoft game is like better than any other game's DLC. I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time on the DLC because I'm going to talk about that for like an entire stream. Chariot says, I think Elden Ring is my favorite, but I don't like how long it takes to get builds together. Making new characters is a drag sometimes. Respec. Respec. I aggressively respec. I used 5 respecs throughout the DLC. Just the DLC. I used 5 respecs, and I had a fucking blast with it. Luna, my character that I play as. Here, let me just show you my character. Oh, crud. Did I close it? Oh my god, I did it after everything. Hold on. My beautiful character, Luna, was the character in which I fully embraced the respec playstyle. Not that I was away from it, but she was a true shapeshifter. And that was something that I wanted to do. I wanted to make a character whose spirit persisted through many forms. I had this fantasy in my mind of a godlike character seeing like a different being step in front of them using different weapons and different armor and going, it's you. By being able to identify the spirit behind the body, the character that dwelled within, that like the godlike beings are like, oh, it's fucking you again. Yeah, you might be right. Ashes of Ariandel might be the weakest FromSoft DLC. Okay, that's fair. Oh, that's fair. That's fair, Chariot. I will say it gets to a point where I don't think the min-maxing matters all that much. Once you get to a certain level, you have so many spare stats that it's like, but that's fair. Okay, what exactly about Gold Mask's ideology do you take issue with? The fact that the Golden Order fucking sucks. The Golden Order is a slapshod, whimsical dream dreamt up by a megalomaniacal and fickle freak who's more than willing to commit genocide, but too ashamed to own it. America is like such a terrible figure, and her Golden Order is so flawed, it's so busted. It requires the oppression of omens, it requires the repression of the crucible of life, the greatest power to create new life. She fears it so greatly that she suppresses the crucible functionally. It required a brutal subjugation of the dragons, a brutal subjugation of the giants, even though the giants seem to be even though the giants and their fell god seem to have a complicated relationship, we know that the astrologers were able to live alongside the fire giants. And it seems like at a certain point, the fire giants and their relationship to the fell god was not like a purely conquering thing. Goldmask, I love Goldmask as a character. He's a great character, but his order is the Golden Order. It's literally, it's picking a fly out of ointment, except the ointment was a fucking cup of shit. It's being like, oh God. It's not realizing that the ointment was trash to begin with. The fly wasn't the problem with the ointment was the problem. It had a fly in it also, but you have to recognize Goldmask's character is a character of the ultimate hyperfixation. We enjoy him as a character because he's charming, but he is the most hyper-focused. His entire life is looking through a microscope at the Golden Order. That's all he sees. He sees the Golden Order and nothing else. He cannot see beyond it, quite literally. Appreciate that, Arlo. Have a good night. As someone with ultimate hyperfixations, I approve. I also have very strong hyperfixations, but while appreciating the ability to have hyperfixations, you must also recognize your own weaknesses. It's not to say that it's not okay to have hyperfixations, but if you are completely blind to your own weaknesses and unable to accept them, you risk making critical mistakes. You risk being blindsided by your own weaknesses. Somebody can recognize, like, hyperfixations can be a great strength, but you also have to be aware of where they might be a problem. And Goldmask fundamentally wasn't. In fact, you can see a perfect example of this in that the Goldmask ends up being killed by his closest compatriot. His closest compatriot sees what Goldmask is doing as heresy, and he's right. Corhin is correct. He's correct in a really stupid way, but he is right. What Goldmask is doing is fucking heresy. And Goldmask can't realize that that's the obvious conclusion to anyone who isn't him. Frenzied Flame ending is the worst one, of course. I don't think it's the worst one. Corhin literally kills him. Corhin murders him. And then he tries to murder you, and he's screaming about heresy. Corhin goes full Alfred from Bloodborne. The Frenzied Flame ending is the one where literally everyone dies. It's the one where everyone returns to primordial form. Yes, they do die, but they change. You know, it's the end of Evangelion. Everyone is returned to the primordial goo. Yes, everyone dies, but also it's a full reset of the universe. I don't think that, like, they're destroyed. Okay, their egos are destroyed. All of the egos are destroyed, but they turn into the primordial form by which something new can occur. All of the endings are tragic. I don't know, like, yeah. Yeah, they die, but not really. Well, okay, you have to understand, it's like the Frenzied Flame is able to even melt down spirits, okay? The Frenzied Flame represents the ultimate reset, okay? It's like when you take all the Lego bits apart and then you can make new things. Yes, the Lego models that you built are no longer there, but the Lego pieces still exist. So, yeah, depending on how you interpret the world, and depending on how you interpret the world of Elden Ring, and how far you want to go into like meta discussions, you can conclude whether or not it's actually the worst ending or not. I don't love the frenzied flame ending, but also perhaps that's just because I'm overly attached to the world of Elden Ring. And in a certain way, when you stop playing Elden Ring, aren't we kind of engaging in a frenzied flame of our own? When you take the disc out, well, they don't use discs anymore, but when you turn the game off and you move on to something else, your computer's random access memory wipes all the Elden Ring stuff out and brings in whatever else you move on to. You're using the same pieces for something new. Okay, here's a question. If death isn't a factor in the lands between, how come NPCs don't come back when they die in their quest lines? Oh no. No, no. I'm almost done. No, don't go. No. Oh, I've damned myself to my own fate. See, even divines can be trapped. It's true what they said. I can't spoil because I'm not doing DLC stuff, but it was right. St. Trina was right. I love you. Thank you for bringing me food and drink, and I'm sad that I'm not going to get to spend time with you. But at least we got to spend time earlier. Yeah, we will. So, I hope you rest well. I love you so much. Most enemies come back, but specific bosses and NPCs don't. It's odd. So that is a thing. And this is going to get... Chariot, I can't wait to talk to you about this with regard to the DLC. I was literally... Doe and I were going back and forth on matters like this earlier today about... with regard to things that happen in the DLC. There is some strange and perhaps nonsensical inconsistencies. And one of those is that. It's like... It's hard to know. I mean, it's the same thing like in in Dark Souls, right? Like, oh, undead come back, but then the bosses don't come back, even if they're an undead. It's just kind of like I think it's a contrivance, like it's a suspended disbelief moment, you know? Lore-wise, it's a little confusing. So, on a lore level, death has been abolished, but not really. When people die, their bodies go on getting more and more crappy until they can't function anymore. And if they're lucky, then their bodies will be mulched up in some way and put to good use. Souls appear to be a matter of whether or not someone can actually retain their ego or their spirit through the process of that type of suffering. And it seems like most beings are not able to contain, like to maintain their spiritual presence any further once they get to a certain point. So like these, these like bodies that have been like crushed by a rock 100,000 times, that they eventually lose their mind and their spirit passes on in some way or another. But their bodies have to keep going. But we know that the Golden Order can grant true death by putting bodies to rest. They basically have the ability to, at will, reimpose death. When you get the spell that's like, it's like an incantation of true death that stops undead from coming back again. Which is kind of weird because that's like they've reserved the right of destined death. They've painted it gold, and it only works against things that aren't gods. America basically made a carve-out for people like her, for her own family, literally. So everyone else in the universe can be put to death permanently by her magic, but her own family can't be because she bound it away. But it is... I don't know. We all know that the Golden Order it flies in the face It's illogical. It contradicts itself, and as a result, it's falling apart at the seams. It gets more complicated in the DLC to the point where I actually think that it all starts to make a lot less sense. And that's one of my big critiques of the DLC, which we're going to get to. The DLC has some problems, especially when you try to connect it to the base game, but that's going to be next stream. Why did America create the Golden Order? For personal gain. America wanted to become a god and did. And as a god, you have to make rules. If you, I mean, presumably, you don't have to, but she wanted to. She wanted a world that was shaped in her image. It just so happens that her image is, it's like if, it's the same, by the way, it's the same fundamental terror as Berserk. Elden Ring is just the storyline of Berserk over and over and over again. Let me just be 100% clear, like 100% with you. Leyndell is literally Falconia from Berserk. Not even joking. It literally looks the same. The design is so similar to Falconia from Berserk, it's shocking. Down to the roofs of the city. They added some of their own stuff. You know, there's ash and there's the wax, and the layout's a little bit different, but it's basically the same idea. But the fear is basically what happens if someone terrifying actually has ultimate power. What would it mean for a fickle, imperfect god to have ultimate power? Like, okay, here's an example that's going to make you all cringe and have serious pain. What if Elon Musk tomorrow had the ability to rewrite aspects of reality? What would it be like for all of us to have to, what would it be like for all the rest of us to have to, it's two, you have to put two of them. It's two. You put two of those things and it'll do it. Like, please don't ever say that, but seriously, what if that was the case? What if tomorrow Elon Musk could summon X, City of the Gods, out of the center of your city, and you woke up in the morning and the walls of X Utopia, where every car was a Cybertruck, that was the reality you lived in right now? It would be truly nightmarish, right? That is the fundamental horror that is at play in both Elden Ring and in Berserk. It's the idea of, like, what if somebody gets unbelievable, almost seemingly unstoppable godlike power, and there is nothing you can, what would you even do about that? In Elden Ring, there is a pressure release valve in that you are a strange entity that breaks the rules of the universe. You can keep coming back and trying again, and you have a unique will. You have a will of a player. You do not feel the pain of your body at all. Your body is brought back together, and you don't have to feel the pain of the suffering whatsoever. The only suffering you get is the dulled form of having to fight bosses over and over again. You're a unique being, and so you can contend with this in ways that other beings might not be able to, that other beings in the universe. In Berserk, it's a little more complicated, but there are other ways that it's dealt with, but yeah. Is Berserk actually readable, considering it might not get finished now? It is so unbelievably readable, you should read it immediately. Berserk is hands down the single greatest, visual novel format, comic, whatever you want to call it, piece that I've ever read in my entire life. It is so incredible. It's actually amazing. And also, even if it doesn't get finished, it doesn't really matter. Everything that happens within Berserk stands on its own 2 feet, even if there's never a conclusion to the story. Even if it were to end right now and no more Berserk was ever written, it wouldn't matter. Everything that's in there is so incredible and so good that you can sustain yourself by just dreaming up your own future for it, or not at all. It truly is that incredible. Okay, everybody, it's 12:30. We still have nearly 200 viewers. That is such a blessing. And I want to thank you all for sticking through, even when it was totally unstructured, me ranting and raving about none of the topics that I actually said that I was going to here at the end. That I was just reacting off the cuff to chatters. I had a blast. I have to rest because I have a lot to do tomorrow, and I want to stream again as soon as possible so I can do what I actually said I was going to do. Oh yeah, we'll do the meme. We got one meme to watch real quick. Thank you for the reminder this time. You get away with it this time. It's this one again. God damn it.
It's too early, man. It's too early.
Oh my god.
Me? I'll take it. Oh, you pick. Oh.
I feel like it's always me.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Nice.
What?
Yeah, who can see that coming?
How easy. You pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got his ass. They got his ass.
Since Waluigi? I think he died. I think Brett died.
No, he's
okay, though, no hate. The Wario bit has definitely made me laugh in the past. But how long can you milk it for real? Like, there's a very real chance that this guy is giving himself vocal fold polyps to continue saying, you pick Wario. That's just a little sad to me. Like, no doubt, I'm probably giving myself vocal polyps as well by screaming on a stream, but, you know, I'm not just saying Wario, you know.
Where'd he go?
It was too on point. This is a bid. This is a bid.
This is just his way
Brent.
of being funny. It's innovative, you know, it's unique, it's different.
We killed Brent.
What? I knew it! Surely it's not going to say Yoshi again.
Mario!
Yo, I get my 10 coins. I'll do 10K.
Right now.
Brent, no, you pick! No, you pick! You pick! Luigi!
I'm scared.
More guaranteed. So. But it is.
We did it. We did it, everybody. We did it. Thank you all for watching. I hope you will all come back in the future, and I hope you can see that the Elden Ring content is going to be fire as fuck, because what you witnessed tonight was just a taste of what I have in store for you. When I do the Elden Ring DLC stream, the next stream where I'm talking about the DLC, it's going to get spicy as shit in here, and I mean it is going to get mega spicy. Okay, I have a lot of things. People are going to be pissed off. People are going to have opinions, and I will reign supreme because I am so confident in the things that I have to bring to you that I know that those of you out there will be enlightened. Even if you're pissed off at me, you're going to see the abundance of the Order of Demon Mama, okay? For real. Shoja, that means a lot. Hope you'll subscribe and come back in the future. Seriously. All right. All of you, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me. I want to make sure that I didn't miss any donos real quick. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any donos. None missed here. Oh my God, I missed one. Ron's KFC with the $20. Thank you so much, Ron's KFC. Hey, Demon Mama, how have you and the imps been? I've been AFK for a little bit. Man, oh man, this debate has been an ish show. True. Sorry I missed your dono earlier. It came in a flurry. I'll try and read and thank you again. If anybody here communicates with Ron KFC, Let me see if Ron's KFC. Oh, Ron's KFC is in chat. There we go. I hope Ron's KFC is able to hear this. Thank you so much. We've been doing great, and we're happy to see you again. The debate was a brutal one. Let me just check one last thing before I do the send-off. I want to make sure that I got all my site donations, that I didn't miss anybody on the site. Let me just see. I'll be able to remember these. Hold on, let's see. Margot the Marnome with the $10. Thank you so very, very much. I don't play Souls games because I'm more of a Stardew Sims kind of gal, but your enthusiasm and passion for the games makes everything very interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Margot the Marnome. Lefty McLefterson with the $10 sends a link. Biden's advisors after the debate. We did watch that one. Thank you so much. Lefty McLefterson with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Fake ass T. Oh wait, I got that one. Okay. Let me see if I got the other ones. Let's see. All of these ones. Panic Stasis. Panic Stasis with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so very much. I think I did. But I think I got yours, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay, got all these. Okay, we did. We got all of them. We got all the donos. We didn't miss any of them. Chariot says, Demon Mama, your streams make me want to make more Souls content. It's so invigorating. Yes. Yes. Oh, please. I want to get to the point where my Souls content shines golden and more people come for that. And it makes me so excited that you would say that, because I am one of the people that flocks to all of your Souls and FromSoft related content because I think it's fucking gold. Okay? So, yeah. Mithril, thank you so much for the membership renewal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mithril. Also, hey, Manic Jack Attack, hope you're doing well. Manic Jack says, you're reading donos, which means I still caught you while you're live. You are invaluable with helping me understand like myself and my partner and helping her understand herself. Thank you, Manic Jack. Thank you so much. I really try to do my best, and I know that I'm limited with what I do. I'm just kind of a silly goofball on the internet, but that makes me feel really good, and I do believe that, I don't know, we can make the world better for each other, and I'm happy I've been able to help in that way. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. Chariot, I am such a hardcore Chariot fan, and I love your Souls video was so incredible. I love going back and forth with you. Yeah. All right, I'm starting to ramble really bad, and I don't want to have a Joe Biden moment, so I am going to go to bed now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching my stuff. Chariot, I'll catch you in DMs, as always. I'm going to go get some rest. And remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all super soon, okay? Good night for now. Sleep well.